Timeout or the first?
Obviously the first. Utah 3, Oregon State 1.
Folks, thanks for watching South Mountain Lacrosse. This is Chris Ross, got a shot and goal here by Oregon State. Now one from number 12, Mara Gepner. That'll close the gap on this one. 3-2, Utah Valley Wolverines out front. Here at the start of the second quarter. Draws up one by Oregon State. Beavers on the move. Good defense there, number 6, Alyssa Brown for the Wolverines. The Wolverines continuing to lock off the lanes here. Beavers working it around the outside. Looking to tie this one up. Beavers coming off a great showing against Brigham Young last night. A missed pass. Advantage back to Utah Valley as they quickly transition over to their attacking third. Got number 10, 1 to beat. And a nice give and go shot and goal for Utah Valley. It's number 10, Catherine Yost. That'll make it 4-2, Utah Valley. Battle for the draw. Another draw win for the Beavers. Gabrielle Gibson looking for the fast break. Switches left. Doesn't have it. Passes it off. Now working from X. Has feet over the front of the cage. On the front door. Saved. Ellie Gernhardt in the cage for the Wolverines with a nice stop there. So foul in the play, sets up a free position shot by Eva Murray. And shot doesn't go. Cleared out from Gernhardt. Quick transition for the Wolverines. Now Utah Valley gets into a settled attack. Looking to extend the lead here. Clark up at the top of the fan. Passes inside, has a cutter, shot, goal for Utah Valley by Eleanor Scott, number 11 midfielder. With that, the Wolverines taking a 5-2 lead here in the second. That Oregon State's going to take a timeout on the field here. Relatively cool and windy day here in Tempe, Arizona at the Cactus Classic here at Arizona State University, hosted by ASU. Currently about 55 degrees and sunny here on the field. Great weather for lacrosse. We appreciate you tuning in here to South Mountain Sports. Broadcasting all three fields this weekend. Got 18 collegiate lacrosse games going on. All these teams part of the WCLA, the Women's Collegiate Lacrosse Associates. Teams all across the nation, including 6 teams ranked in the top 24 out of the top 10. Broadcast team this weekend here, an entirely volunteer team. If you'd like to support us, you can head on over to southmountainsports.com. You can make a donation. We'd certainly appreciate it. Those donations are tax deductible, and they do go into a fund to help players play this sport in the form of scholarships for players with financial needs. So happy to pay it forward and appreciate your support there. Team's back on the field here for the draw. Got a little scrum here, picked up by the Beavers. It's going to be Eva Murray again. And she's going to bring it behind goal line, extended, and setting things up at X. Passes this one off. Aaron Hume now working around the backside. Continue to attack that right wing, and a shot and goal there for Caitlin Richardson. Keeping this one close, 5-3. Utah Valley still on top. But Oregon State with the response. A nice snag, clean grab off the draw by number 3, Jocelyn Hansen. Oregon State gets another draw control and quickly gets settled into their attack. Got a whistle from the outside official, calls a shooting space call. Setting up a free position shot here for Eva Murray again. Number 7 for the Beavers. Apologies if you're getting some wind in the microphone. Very windy on the fields here today. And she's able to sink that one, so a goal for Eva Murray. Gonna pull within 1. It's gonna be 5-4. Beavers keeping this tight. Another battle for the draw. And OSU had it for a moment, but heads out past the restraining line and picked up by that OSU defense, and they're able to get possession, and now they're back in transition. Getting across midfield and back in the attacking third. Go the Beavers. Another foul inside the CSA sets up another free position shot for the Beavers and a chance to tie it up here. This one stopped by Grenard, backed up by Utah Valley, so they're going to regain possession here. Grenard going to clear this one out on the right wing. Good ball movement upfield for the Wolverines. Utah Valley continuing to work this around. Facing a lot of outside pressure here from the Beavers, trying to drive inside the 12, and there's a whistle for cross check. But that's outside the 8 meter, so it'll be a free position restart out on the 12. A good crash in by the Beavers. Got some contact here, no whistle. Wolverines keeping possession. And as they drive in, we get another shooting space call. This will set up Utah Valley now with their free position shot opportunity. Looks like Peyton Kimball's in the cage here for the Beavers. This one driving in, gets broken up. The GB heads OSU's way. There's a whistle. So play's going to get reset up back at the penalty dot. And possession goes back to Utah Valley. And they're back on the attack. Has a nice look inside, right on the front door, and a great save there by Kimball. So Kimball out of the cage. Now, excuse me, it looks like that's 25. That's Kennedy Johnson in the cage. So Johnson with a great stop there and a nice clear. And now moving back into their attacking third are the Beavers. Looking to tie this one up again. And this one is deflected over the cage. Goes out the inline, backed up by the Beavers. They're going to keep the ball, and they immediately get back to work. Has a double team, was looking for a pass, but doesn't connect. A little miscommunication there. Another whistle as Wolverines player hits the deck here. Looks like that was Alyssa Brown. Brown back in transition. Nice look over to the near sideline, passing upfield. This pass is dropped, but picked right back up. And on the fast break, a shot and a beautiful goal there by number 23. That's Sophie Grizzle. Extending the Wolverines' lead 6-4. Looking for that one-handed grab off the draw, doesn't have it, so it turns into a 50-50 battle here. Still no possession. Ball gets knocked out towards the restraining line, and now you see those players crossing the restraining line once the ball made its way over, picked up ultimately by Utah Valley. Whistle's going to pull this one back. Got a green card here for a delay of game. That one's going against number 10. Penelope Garza, so she'll serve a 1-minute penalty That'll give the Wolverines a player up advantage here for the next 60 seconds. And a big break there for the Beavers. They're able to knock the ball out, but not able to get possession of it. Horn blows. And I believe that will be halftime. So at half, your score will be 6-4, Wolverines on top. This is Chris Ross with South Mountain Sports. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back for the second half. Thanks again for tuning in.
got sick with all that, was it just... Was that when they were having that parade? So you were just sitting on this? You spent the whole time saying hi.
We should be back live here for the second half. It's been a tight matchup so far between the Oregon State Beavers, Utah Valley Wolverines. OSU possession off the draw here coming into the third. OSU working around and pass off to Murray. Shot deflected, backed up by Oregon. But a whistle on that one sets up Murray for another free position shot. So she's already sunk a couple of these in the first half. Murray looking for that bottom left corner, and she's got it. Shot and goal for Eva Murray. That's going to close the gap here, 6-5. Good battle for this draw. OSU has been keeping it close. Had a good low angle there for Kaylin Richardson. Drawing the whistle. She'll get on the first inside hash. Gonna get the 8-meter shot. Johnson in the cage, making a great stop there. It passes all the way upfield, finds Alyssa Garlick. seems every time the Beavers get close, Wolverines respond, keeping that lead of 1 or 2 goals so far this game. A nice read interception there by Kendall Berry. Got some action right here on the near sideline just in front of the camera as they transition across. And a good job there by Caitlin Richardson to protect her stick, switching to the left side. You see how critical it is for these players to develop both left and right-handed cradling for situations just like that. And now another free position opportunity here for the Beavers. Gabby Gibson with the opportunity to tie it up. And on the second attempt, gets the goalie to move and finds the back of the net. Knotted up. 6-6 here early in the third. Another draw control to OSU on the fast break, takes the shot, and is it going to be considered concurrent? It is. The officials are going to let this one go. So if there's a whistle concurrent with the shot, they will allow the goal to go, and that's going to give OSU the lead for the first time this game as they go up 8-7. Great look inside and a hat trick there for Eva Murray. Possession almost to Kendall Berry, but still on the ground. Battle for the ball. Got a whistle. They're going to signal this Utah Valley's direction. Now Wolverines trailing for the first time this game. And some great one-on-one defense here from Sydney Lake, number 4 for the Beavers. Pressing out on the second attempt, driving in, has the angle this time, and a low-to-low beautiful shot and goal here by 14, Caitlin Sperry. Excuse me, looks like that was number 10, Catherine Yost. So all tied up at 7-7. OSU had the draw control, and Ava Murray able to come in and pick this one up. Coming in on the fast break, gets shut down there. Good positioning there by Caitlin Trevino. Little give and go action here as OSU continues to look for an opportunity, but looking for that feed inside, gets picked off. A whistle. I think it was a timeout that was called there by Utah Valley, but a good interception there by 23 Sophie Grizzle. So when we come back from this timeout, Wolverines ball. Starting off in their own territory, going to be looking to move that across the field and clear over and regain the lead. Now after the timeout, play set to resume here. Taking it down the far side as Grizzle clears the restraining line. So far, solid defense here from OSU. Now we've got the ISO opportunity, but Eva Murray locking it down. Taking on Caitlin Sperry there from the Wolverines, who continues to press, and now she draws a whistle. And I believe she was called for a charge there, so possession turning back over. Eva Murray now on the far side, feeding that one back up inside. But out of bounds, and back the other direction we go as the Wolverines regain possession. An interesting sequence there, largely a battle between Caitlin Spurry for Utah Valley and Eva Murray for Oregon State. A good look inside. What a crash there from the Beavers, but we got a whistle with the yard sale on the field. As Utah Valley looks to get back on top from the free position here. And that shot broken up. But the scraps picked up by the Wolverines. And they're going to get a second opportunity. A nice double team comes in, but another whistle inside the CSA gives the Wolverines another free position shot here. Driving in this time, they've got the bottom right-hand side. That goal coming off the stick of 15, Ella Clark. As the Wolverines regain the lead here, 8-7, late in the third. Unfortunately, we don't have a clock on the field here to tell you the exact time. 15-minute quarters, but they are stop clocks, so difficult to guess at how much time is left here in the third. You see these players choking up on the stick, trying to pick up this GB, and Utah Valley had it, but a whistle. Another Utah Valley player hits the deck. Possession gets awarded to the Beavers, but the ball's down again immediately. And another battle for possession out on the far corner. Ball's out of bounds. Official says it's going Beavers' direction. And a good look right on the front door. Shot and a goal there by number 8, Kendall Berry. Knotting this one back up. Definitely interesting as we look at this game to look at the depth of the bench on either side here. OSU with about 8 more players on the roster than Utah Valley, and you can see it on the sideline, just a lot more subs here. So it'll be interesting to see if that becomes a factor later in this game with a lot of fresh legs on the Beaver sideline to come in, where we only have 2 or 3 subs, it looks like, for the Wolverines. Another timeout on the field. And what's shaping up to be one of the more exciting games we've had this weekend here at the 2026 Cactus Classic. Thanks again from watching from wherever you are here on South Mountain Sports. And again, we are a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization bringing you these games. We do raise funds to provide scholarship opportunities for female lacrosse players with financial hardship. So if you'd like to support us, you can head on over to southmountainsports.com. You can make a donation there. And as a 501c3, those are tax deductible, and it is tax season, so we would certainly appreciate it if you consider making a donation. And again, those funds will go towards scholarships to help more girls play this great sport. All right, just for clarity, we're a little unclear. We believe that was a timeout, not the end of the third quarter. We didn't get a horn from the sideline, so this may possibly be the start of the fourth quarter, but we believe it was a timeout and that we're still in the third. We will try to confirm that as quickly as possible. Another draw control going to Kendall Berry for OSU. Feeds over to Murray. And a lot of extension on that stick there. No call from the officials. But Murray able to hold on to possession. But she gets pressured out over on the left wing and decides to feed it over to X. Ball down there on pass and goes out of bounds. So a big break here for the Wolverines as they get possession out of the CSA. Going to feed this one over to Johnson to clear out. Actually looks like now we do have Peyton Kimball in the cage 26. So goalie change here for the Wolverines. Kimball with a nice pass upfield as Caitlin Trevino takes this one across and over into the attacking third for the Wolverines. And they get things set up here. Feeding in a left-handed shot. And she sinks it. Nice, great shot down low. That one coming off the stick of 14. That's Caitlin Spurry. At that, Wolverines retaking the lead here, 9-8. Nice pickup by OSU. On the move is Kendall Berry, coming in quick, has a shot, and it does go in the cage, but the officials stop it here. There's something they didn't like on that. They're stopping the clock. It was a yellow card. I think that was a dangerous, either a dangerous propel or dangerous follow through. So I think it was considered a dangerous shot. That's going to send, looks like number 12 off field. I think that was Maura Gepner taking the yellow card there. So the ball's going to turn over to the Wolverines off of that dangerous shot. And that's going to be a no goal for the Beavers. Good pass upfield here. Ball's down. GB opportunity. Picked up by the Wolverines. Ball's out again. Clean trail check and a nice cause turnover here for the Beavers. They slow things down here. Getting into attack formation. Nice slides by the Wolverines. And you see Wolverines applying pressure all the way outside, well past the 12 meter. And you can see more contact here. And a 3-second call. So we've got Wolverines called for hanging out in the 8 meter there for more than 3 seconds without being marked up. And that's going to set up a critical free position shot for the Beavers. Kendall Berry shooting on Peyton Kimball in the cage. Fires this one wide. OSU backs up the shot, keeps the ball. Now looking for another attempt. Good pressure from the Wolverines. And the ball's down, so great defensive stand from the Wolverines here as they take it back. And now on the fast break here. Had a look there, feeding back to the inside, intercepted, taken away by Sophia Mong. Great heads-up play there, but the ball's back down. Whistle goes against Utah Valley, and Beavers waste no time to get this play back in motion. Utah Valley defense looking very strong, but they sneak one through there. Got a bouncer, shot and goal, knotted back up at 9. That one from Aaron Hume, number 23. off the draw, and I do believe we are in the fourth quarter, so just a little miscommunication there on that earlier break that we thought was a timeout, but I believe we are in the fourth quarter here. In what's turned into a nail biter, 9-9 tied up. And I do believe that the tournament does have overtime rules in effect here because these games are official games for these teams' schedules. So if we do end up tied up at the end here, I think we will end up, great save there by Ella Grenard. Going to clear it up. I believe if we do go into overtime, we'll have a 3-minute sudden death overtime. Some back and forth action. Oh, 15 here. It's a good opportunity, a nice slide in to kill what would have been a one-on-one with the goalie there, but Kendall Berry sliding in there, and Ella Clark breaking up that fast break. And what may have put the Wolverines ahead 10-9. A nice quick stick there. Got a pass inside, a shot goal by Eleanor Scott. Solid execution there by Utah Valley. Great feed inside. And just a quick cradle and release by Scott. Not giving the goalie time to react. Just draws up. Picked up by Utah Valley. The nice dodge inside, and goalie doing the splits, making a great save there. Caitlin Spurry was coming in hot, fired a bullet, and a great save by Ella Grenard. Gets possession back over to the Beavers as they're working across midfield, but they lose the ball. And that GB is picked up by the team in green as they get back on the attack. Dodged inside, loses the cradle, and a huge collision there. Surprised we didn't see a card on that one. All right, a cut inside and a shot and goal there by the Beavers. Number 14, Caitlin Richardson getting on the board. That's at least the 5th scorer on the Oregon State side. So a lot of different players getting in the mix on this one as Oregon ties it back up 10-10. And a nice grab by OSU. Kendall Berry takes this one off the circle. Wolverines defense doing everything they can to break this up, and they succeed here. Forcing a shot that's saved. Goalie's trying to swoop in and get the ball, and she's able to do so. So great play there by Peyton Kimball. And a timeout taken by the Wolverines. Smart play as time's getting short here in this nail-biter of a game. And again, numbers on the side of the Beavers. They've got a much deeper bench over there, but possession matters a lot more than anything really at this point. And if either team can get ahead and get possession without the shot clock, they can, of course, stall and just play a little game of keep away and try to keep the ball in possession and take the win. But of course you have to score first. Not exactly sure. It sounds like there might be under a minute of regulation time to play here. Time is kept over at the scorekeeper table, so we don't know for certain. But great back and forth battle. And a really strong defensive stand here by Utah Valley. Couple defenders sliding in, getting high sticks there, breaking up the shot, giving that goalie a chance to make the stop. And then Utah Valley able to grab the ground ball off of that and get possession. And now official stopping the clock here. Wolverines coming in. This one broken up. Got a player down. As the horn blows. In what I believe is the end of regulation. I think we are going into an overtime period here. That'll be a sudden death overtime or sudden victory if you prefer. So if that's the case, we should have a 2-minute intermission here, just like you'd have between quarters, and teams will come back out at a draw for a 50-50 chance at the win. At the end of 4, tied up 10-10. It's been a back-and-forth battle. I've seen some great plays from both sides, but it'll all come down to who gets the next goal. You see the officials explaining the overtime rules to the team captains across the field. Hopefully you're still tuned in for one of the most exciting games we've seen so far in this Cactus Classic here on South Mountain Sports. Big shout out to the ASU club team for hosting this event, 3rd year in a row, and we've been a part of it every year since its inception. Glad to bring you these games. Again, it's an all-volunteer crew here at South Mountain Sports. We're a nonprofit and doing these live streams to raise funds to provide scholarships for female lacrosse players and families in financial need to help them play the sport. If you'd like to support us, head on over to southmountainsports.com. You can make a tax-deductible donation there from a link on the page that takes you to a PayPal donation link, and we appreciate that. Heading to the draw circle. Looks like we are going to have number 11, Eleanor Scott, for Utah Valley, taking that draw against number 7 for Oregon State, Eva Murray. And possession's so critical here. In a lot of situations in these overtimes, whoever wins the draw wins the game. This draw did not go above the players' heads. Official thinks that Utah Valley moved early, false start, so possession gets awarded to the Beavers off of this one. But again, the Wolverines' defense has been so solid, especially late in this game. And a nice one-on-one defense there from Lily Messina. And really have to be smart with the ball in this situation. Can't afford a turnover if you're Oregon State. You can tell both teams understand the situation, playing a little cautious on either side. Trying to be careful to not make a mistake in this moment. If you're Oregon State, you're looking for the right shot, not trying to force anything that doesn't look good. And of course, for Utah Valley, you're just locking down on defense, taking away those shooter lanes, taking away those shot opportunities. And so far, Wolverines doing a great job of that. Got an ISO opportunity coming in. Switching hands, Murray has on the front door, and a huge save there by Peyton Kimball. What could have been the game ender, and Kimball coming up big between the pipes, passes this one up to midfield. Now Wolverines get their shot at victory. Little mishap on the pass, but a nice GB recovery there by Sophie Grizzle. Continue to work around, working from X here. Oregon State defense keeping it tight inside the 8. Trying to shut down any opportunity for a crease roll or a feed to a cutter. There's that feed, and OSU doing exactly that. Breaking up that feed to the cutter. They get the takeaway, and a solid redefend there from the Wolverines, making this transition a little difficult and slow to start here. And that could still be big because those little delays giving the Wolverines defense a little more time to get in position and get settled to stop a fast break. But Beavers cutting inside, and ball is broken up. Whistle. This one's going to go the direction of the Beavers. I think that's inside the 8 meters. Let's see if we get a free position shot here. Indeed we do. We got the free position set up here. This is going to be taken by 17. Bella Busacco with a chance to win this for her team. Takes a shot high to high, and another big save by Peyton Kimball in the cage. Passes this one out, and a quick transition here for the Wolverines. Wolverines come out with the win here. You almost have to give the MVP to Peyton Kimball, who's made a couple of big stops in this overtime period. Got a timeout here being taken by the Wolverines again with possession. Just need one goal for the win. And even this overtime has just exemplified how this entire game has gone. It's been back and forth. Both teams have had multiple possessions, multiple shot opportunities, neither one able to find the back of the net. In what's been a thriller here at the Cactus Classic in Tempe, Arizona. Sorry for the error on the scoreboard there. We've got that fixed. Still knotted up 10-10. Teams back out after the timeout. Possession with the Wolverines. In the cage, Ella Grenard with the last line of defense. Should the Wolverines get a shot off here? It's been a crazy back and forth battle neither team giving in and still showing a lot of energy late in this game. And a quick stick off the crossbar, and it just does not get any closer than that. And another turnover as the Beavers get the ball back. And a huge pass way upfield, but taken back. Number 6, Alyssa Brown, following that ball all the way in, gets possession back for the Wolverines coming in. Takes a shot and another save. Both these goalies just playing lights out right now. All right, and the whistle blows. I think what happened there is we hit the end of the 3-minute first overtime period. We're going into overtime period number 2, so it'll be another 3 minutes. Sudden death. Neither team able to score, but not for lack of getting off shots. So both these goalies making some huge saves, keeping this game going. I have a feeling whoever wins this is going to be the game they remember from this tournament. OSU hits the deck, but they've got the ball. They're on a fast break. It's 22, Gabrielle Gibson. And a nice knockdown there. Ella Clark getting a stick in there, breaking it up. And possession goes back to the Wolverines. What a crazy game this has been. Utah Valley leading most of this game, but OSU just never giving up, keeping it close within 1 or 2 goals, tying it up, and even taking the lead a couple of times, putting Utah Valley on their heels. They come back, and we end up tied up at the end. We go through this full overtime period, now in overtime period number 2, and now both defenses really stepping up here, and neither team able to find the back of the net. And there it is, shot. Another one off the post. I saw the net move. I actually thought that had gone in for a sec, but another post shot, I believe. And on the front door, intercepted by Ava Murray. She gets tripped up, hits the deck. And I don't think in the hundreds of lacrosse games I've ever seen an overtime go back and forth so many times with neither team able to score. At this point, I think it's going to come down to focus. It's so hard to stay locked in for this long, especially if you're on defense, and not make a mistake. The officials letting them play. The whistles down in the CSA tend to favor the attack. Not seeing a lot of whistles here. Both defenses playing extremely well right now and not making mistakes. And both attacks just looking for an opportunity, but again, both teams playing a little cautious here, trying not to turn the ball over, so you don't see them taking risky shots. Coming in for the roll, Eva Murray switches left, shoots, and shooting space is called as she takes that shot. So now a huge opportunity. Eva Murray's been critical in this game, leading OSU in scoring She's got Peyton Kimball in the cage defending, and that shot low is saved by Kimball again, who has just been a brick wall. Unbelievable. This game continues. Nice pass in front of the cage. Great look. Are you kidding? These goalies are putting on a show. Wow. Ella Grenard says, I can do it too. Makes a huge save. Right back to OSU. Unbelievable. Fans from both teams that made this trip are fully energized and just locked in on this game right now. This will absolutely be the most exciting game of this tournament. I can almost guarantee you. So if you're watching, enjoy the show. Both these teams are putting on phenomenal lacrosse from OSU and UVU. And there's another one. And finally, OSU takes it. Maura Gepner finally finding the bottom right of the net. And OSU taking the win 11-10 in what's been a crazy, crazy matchup. And you just have to appreciate the effort from both sides. OSU down for most of this game, coming back, tying it up, going into overtime, and finally late in the second overtime period, able to find the back of the net. Again, a huge shout out to these goalies in overtime, Peyton Kimball, Ella Grenard on both sides, making some incredible saves, extending this game. But in the end, Beavers having just a little bit more than the Wolverines, and they take the win here. Thanks again for tuning in to South Mountain Sports. This is Chris Ross, and we're going to sign off. We'll see you in the next one. We still got 6 more games coming to you here live from the Cactus Classic across the 3 fields, so be sure to tune in to whichever game is of interest to you across the channel.
Everybody to Tempe. My name is Harrison Fuller, alongside Kevin Kardasz, and we are watching the Cactus Classic here as BYU takes on GCU in what is game number 3 for the Cougars and game number 2 for the Lopes. And the opening draw here at center field, about to start things off here. BYU able to gain possession, GCU able to handle it off the opening draw. Rounding around the cage is number 7 for the Lopes. Over to Carey McMahon. Leffler trying to drive, gets double teamed, has to spin out of it. And BYU able to gain possession.
You'll notice that the women's game in lacrosse is actually very focused on sort of working the ball around the outside and trying to find that opportunity to strike and get something working inside the middle, but they don't operate behind the cage in that X position. There's often a lot of interplay between the sticks. So you see you try to crack it open there.
Green card being issued to the Lopes. That means the Cougars will take possession here. Now for the Cougars, here's Olivia Cannon. Passing it back behind the goal. Some conservative passing to start things out for the Cougars, just trying to find any opening here in the GCU defense.
If I'm not mistaken, I think GCU's playing in a man defense set here. Nobody's really leaving. I think BYU opened up in a zone.
First shot of the day is corralled by the goalie for GCU. That's number 35, Tristan Mielke. So now the Lopes trying to transition into the attacking third, but BYU isn't going to let that happen just yet as the referee blows the whistle and the Cougars take possession. Both these teams here trying to rebound after a loss earlier today. BYU lost a high-scoring affair to Georgia. They fell 17-5, and GCU coming off a 12-4 loss to Texas A&M, both of them earlier this morning. Looks like a penalty inside the 8-meter. BYU will take a penalty shot. Shot bounces in, and the first goal at A goes to BYU, courtesy of, I believe, number 6, Whitney Holtz. The Cougars getting things going early here. They've had a couple high-scoring affairs, and when they get points on the board, they typically come out victorious. They don't really get into too many shooting matches. When they win in dominant fashion.
I mean, as is the case for a lot of lacrosse teams, once you get rolling, it's easy to score 3 or 4 in a row. It's all about stopping the run early. That penalty shot opens the door for BYU to go on a little bit of a run. If you're GC, you want to win this draw. You want to start getting it going on the offensive end yourself.
Ball pops in the air, and ground ball at the moment. Who's able to pick it up? Still fighting for it as ball pops in the air again and lands in a BYU Cougar stick. And the Cougars able to reset now. Go over to Anderson. To Chalk. Shot on goal, saved at the moment by GCU. Another shot put up, that goes wide left. And BYU able to retain possession. Battling for it behind the cage as Tristan Mielke, the GCU goalie, able to collect the ball.
Mielke kind of got bailed out there in front of the mouth of the net. There was an easy opportunity to scoop and score, but the ball goes right over the top of the crossbar. She able to regain it, and after BYU won the run out, they had a chance. She still stuffed it.
Bodies hit the deck, and BYU able to gain possession of the ball, but ground ball at the moment, and the Cougars collect it right at midfield here. Trouble collecting a pass. Now, for the Cougars, here's Kardasz. Kardasz sprinting around behind the cage here. Referee blows the whistle, and GCU called for a penalty. So another penalty shot and an opportunity to score for the Cougars. Shot finds its way into the net for a goal. I believe that was number 5, Tessa Frey. Pardon me, it was number 31, Elise Kardasz. Referee checks Kardasz's stick. Everything looks good, and we'll bring it back to the center line for the draw.
Yeah, good work from Kardasz there, just to get free and get open. Instead of just taking the shot off rip, she took about 5 paces forward, rushing through some contact, was able to bury that bottom left. It was a good shot. It's a good penalty. 2 for 2 so far this afternoon. It's only the first quarter.
Yeah, something about the GCU defense is they just allow a lot of shots to be taken, and Mielke has a decent save percentage right around the 40% mark, but just with that quantity of shots coming her way, just, you can't save all of them, and that's what has been killing GCU this season. BYU collects the draw, And now sprinting into the attacking third. Handing it over Tessa Frey, now number 24, Cannon. Now back behind the net, the Cougars searching for an opening. Trying to do everything herself as that one hits straight nylon to the back of the net, number 22, Abigail Den.
Crafty move to get inside, basically unharmed, no contact at all. The stick stays untouched. Easy to convert that one right through the bottom of the pipes there. Milky just didn't stand a chance. It's hard to defend something like that when she's barreling right down the middle. Manages to break through 3 different defenders. At that point, you're the last wall. And it's a thin one when it's a one-on-one like that.
Yeah, Milky in the net has seen nothing but ground balls come her way, and that couple have gotten past her for goals, but that one never touched the ground. It just went straight for the back of the net. Here's the draw at center field. Ball pops up, still fighting for it. GCU will handle it. Here go the Lopes. First time getting into the attacking third in quite some time. Some conservative passing to start things out, and they'll try to go behind the cage here.
Before this tournament started, Grand Canyon had a chance to play Michigan State at home. I believe it was Thursday night. So they're in game shape. They've played a lot this weekend. They played during the week. Now's the time to start unloading the tank and trying to figure out what you can do, get a few wins here at the Cactus Classic before it switches to full conference play.
Penalty called on the far side of the field. GCU will collect it and pass it in here. Ground ball. BYU collects it, and they've got numbers streaking down the field into the attacking third. Driving, evading, defenders. Pass goes long. BYU able to retain possession. Heads up play by number 22, Carrie McMahon.
Polished transition offense there from BYU, able just to get it so easily down the field, working it from woman to woman. It's just hard to beat that when they're moving so smoothly and fluidly in transition.
Right in front of the goal here, flips it in. That was a beautiful shot by number 5, Tessa Frey, for her first goal of the afternoon. BYU already up to a 4-0 lead. This is looking like it could turn into a rout, a very high-scoring affair for the Cougars.
Yeah, if it gets to a high enough score here, the clock starts to run. We don't stop at everything. The game will be a pretty quick one. So if you're GCU, once again, it all starts with that first goal for BYU, but once these goals start to pile up, it's so hard to stop offensive momentum, especially in lacrosse.
Here's the draw at midfield. Ball pops into the air, and it's collected by the Lopes. Ground ball. Still fighting for it. And GCU able to recollect it. Here's Grace Kelder trying to make a move. Dumps it off to her teammate. GCU having some trouble getting over the midfield line. Ball pops out of the stick. BYU's got it. Here goes number 6, Whitney Holt. Trying to go one-on-one. Here's a pass that floats above the stick of number 31, Elise Kardasz. Ball still on the ground. Referee blows the whistle, and it'll be Lopes' ball.
Yeah, BYU just not giving up what GCU is giving up in transition. They're marking every woman that's running down the channels. They're not letting people get free, and they're swarming the ball. It's so hard to move it if you're GCU, especially when you're stuck in that middle third of the field. BYU doing everything right.
GCU unable to get over the midfield line. BYU steals it. They've got numbers. Going to reset. Great cutting from BYU. Just really confusing the GCU defense here. Over to Gunnell. Gunnell going to try to drive in. Shot is saved by Mielke. Recollected by BYU. Cannon. Sprinting towards the net. Shot is saved by Mielke. See if GCU can get past the BYU press and hopefully get into the attacking third.
Mielke with no options here, just sort of surveying and trying to find the open woman. Looks like she made herself available, but it's just so hard to move through these BYU defenders.
Mielke used up all of her 10 seconds there to find a passer. It's Breland Caffey for GCU running down the far side of the field. Caffey over, back behind the net to Cates. Man down by the cage, and GCU collects it. So Caffey will take the penalty shot from one of the outside hashes. Here goes Caffey, and shot goes high and left, unable to find the back of the net. GCU, though, does retain possession of the ball.
Caffey turns a negative angle into a positive one, but she can't quite get the ball down towards the net. Just goes right over the top of the crossbar. Right idea, wrong execution.
Very tough angle on that penalty shot. Steins now hands it off to Grace Kelder. Caffey's got it now, passes it inside. And a penalty called. Believe BYU defender's stick might have clipped the head of number 2, Mia Steins. Referee fumbling in his pocket, trying to determine what card to issue here.
I didn't really see the contact, but it might have been off the ball. I don't really think that he knows what the card is going to be either here. It's a tough call.
So it'll be another penalty shot for GCU. Ava Leffler. Leffler sprinting towards the cage and finds pay dirt. GCU finally getting on the board. Number 3, Ava Leffler, strikes gold for the Lopes. That was a must-have for GCU to try to stay in this game.
Got to stop the bleeding somehow. It's a good penalty. Makes up for the first one, even though the first one wasn't a bad penalty taken there. Second one, very, very crisp. There's that first goal. You can turn this around really quickly. Last night, Michigan State was in the hole against Texas A&M. They flipped a 7-2 deficit into an 8-7 win. It all starts here if you're GCU, though. You need to make this a run. It can't just be a blip on the radar.
Here's the draw at center field. Bob pops in the air, and GCU able to gain possession of the ball. Streaking down the far side of the field is Braden Caffey. Caffey hands it over. Nicole Terry now. Now floating nearly behind the cage. Errant pass, and BYU able to collect it. Heavy pressure, though, from GCU. Hooper hands it over to her goalie, Anna Kreppel.
Yeah, Layla Cates the intended target there for that pass through the middle of the field for GCU.
Streaking down the field, trying to do it all herself. And a beautiful shot and goal for Catherine Carpenter for BYU. Just adding another goal to the total. That makes it 5-1. Just an incredible transition from defending third to attacking third. Nearly seamless. Just really no trouble whatsoever, unlike GCU getting up the field.
Yeah, it comes easy for BYU in transition. The Cougars are able to get out so fast. They're so fluid with their passing. They're always looking forward. That's the difference. BYU is always looking to make the progressive pass. They're not looking laterally. They're looking vertically. And those passes are the ones that are killers, because then you're trying to reset your defense in transition, and everything starts to fall apart on the other end of it. Offensively, it's as clean as it can be, and they find their 5th goal.
If you're GCU here, there's obviously a lot of holes in offense, defense, but what are you looking to fix as of right now?
You're just looking to clean it up in transition. You have to be able to get the ground balls, but you have to be able to stop it as well, and that's a fantastic start there from Leffler. Just getting the ball forward, looking up, trying to make the progressive pass. There's 2 in a row, and suddenly you're in the attacking third, and you have a chance to knock on the door if Cates can put it in.
Cates driving, passing, and scoring. Braylon Caffey for GCU. Just like you were talking about, just transitioning into the attacking third. Beautiful job by GCU, to do so, and it results in a beautiful goal. Great passing, great cutting on the inside. GCU able to find the back of the net.
That's exactly what I asked for. Thankfully, the coach is listening to me. I'm very happy about that. Got the right play drawn up. We'll look to do it again.
If you're GCU, you need to handle this draw to hopefully get back into this game.
It's still just a 3-goal deficit. It's also only the first quarter. You got time.
Here's the draw. BYU ends up with it. Now sprinting down the field is Elise Kardasz. She handled the draw, didn't even look to pass, and a couple nifty stick moves. And that's another goal for BYU. Kardasz' 2nd of the day.
Yeah, 2nd on the afternoon there for Elise, and it was very, very clean. And it's exactly what has killed Grand Canyon all afternoon. It's just transition opportunities. That time, Elise makes a woman miss, and when somebody's on the deck like that, you have that opportunity to score. It's easier than any other opportunity you'll have to convert. It's just another easy transition goal for BYU.
So it's only about 30 seconds after the last draw, and we're right back at center field for another one.
Got to win the draw here if you're Grand Canyon. You can't let another one slip. The Lopes need to be able to sort of settle this one down before it starts to run away again, because you can survive 1 run. You can maybe even survive 2, but if it's that 3rd scoring run for BYU, you start to sort of hold your breath.
GCU able to handle it. Now ground ball. Chasing after it, but the Lopes unable to gain possession. Here's number 22 for BYU, Abigail Den. Penalty called on BYU, and the Lopes gain possession right around the midfield mark. Here's Roberts. Trying to go around the cage here. GCU needs to find the net on this possession if they want to keep this game close. Layla Cates gives it up. Here's Reynolds. Met with great defense from BYU, and they're able to pick it up. Here go the Cougars. Olivia Cannon beating her defender with pure speed down the sideline. Cannon gives it up to her teammate, and BYU with some conservative passes. Nelson looking to pass, drives in, floats back out, passes it inside to her teammate. No goal, BYU. Tough shot there on the inside. GCU had, it was a 2-1 advantage for the Lopes. Here's BYU after resetting, drives in, and a penalty called, I believe, on GCU. Was it inside the 8-meter?
I believe so. Look to set up the penalty here.
Yes, it was. So Olivia Cannon will have a opportunity at a penalty shot. Cannon sprinting down the goal, bottoms, finds the net. Olivia Cannon. BYU just pouring it on in this first quarter. 7-2.
Yeah, this will be a quick contest if it keeps going this way. You sort of slowly march towards that mercy rule, and the clock's starting to run out. But GCU has time to work it out, and BYU has time to run out of steam for a little bit. And all you need is one run if you're GCU. But the Lopes have struggled in transition, and they've struggled to get those ground balls. And ultimately, that's what BYU has done so well, is they've been so clean and precise with those passes in the middle third of the field specifically, and ultimately having really talented players do really, really talented things when they need to, which are just individual moves inside and ducking and dodging between multiple defenders, and it's hard to beat that when your entire other team is clicking so well.
You know, Grand Canyon's only about a 20-minute drive from these playing fields, but it really does feel like a BYU home game. Cougar fans lining the sidelines and making it feel like a home environment, and maybe one of the reasons why the Cougars able to have such a strong performance to start things out. So that'll do it for the first quarter. It was all BYU to start things out here in the Cactus Classic on Field C. My name's Harrison Fuller alongside Kevin Kardasz, and we'll see you in the second quarter.
Sorry, I kind of took things way by play. Now I reload. I got the play tonight. So. Okay. I think we're on the same game.
Oh, and yeah, we're on the same game.
Oh, gosh. I got called that last week.
Yeah, this is fun.
Did you end up coming to the later slot last night?
I was here. I was just standing because I didn't know. I really didn't know where I was just standing.
You guys are doing a great job, by the way.
How many games have you done?
I did like a remote call for women's basketball, but I did some in high school, so this is like probably one of my first. Yeah, this is the second playoff everything.
Just say the full name one time. You don't have to say anything. Just say the last name. Just say the last name. They don't let them breathe. It's hard to tell.
Did they go up just before?
Can you hear anything?
No, I can't.
I hear the sound now. Yeah, I couldn't hear the field during it.
Yeah. We couldn't hear anything that we were saying in the headphones.
Are we unmuted now? We're muted out.
I couldn't hear myself when I was doing it. But I could still hear it on the
Soccer. I do have time.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah. It's just so weird they can't hear everyone.
Do you just want to go quarterback?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I played lacrosse.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why I'm cool being an analyst, because I just want to know.
You sound really knowledgeable about it.
Let's go, Coos!
Welcome back here at the Cactus Classic. We have the Grand Canyon University Lopes, and we also have BYU and the Cougars in town in Tempe, Arizona. It's a beautiful day. I'm here, Kevin Kardasz with Harrison Fuller. You know, good first quarter for BYU, rough for Grand Canyon, but there were spots where they could have cleaned it up, and there were bright spots as well for Grand Canyon. What did you see for them?
Absolutely. It's just transition defense, truly, for Grand Canyon. If they can handle that, I think this game is very attainable for them.
Lacrosse is a game of runs as BYU immediately moves the ball into the attacking third here, and they'll start to try to keep pouring on that onslaught from the first quarter. They were very clean in transition, and now they have a chance to keep pouring it on as they little action on top of the action circle, trying to find a way, and now a small foul called there on number 15 for GCU. Nicole Terry called for the shove, defending very closely on Hannah Nelson, so that's one to keep an eye on. Nothing comes out of the pocket. Nobody's heading over to the sideline, just a small foul and a restart here. And the ball moves back behind towards the X. Number 4 moves it outside to the right, trying to find a positive angle shot. Number 32 inside, almost finds it, and she does. Buried it right through the legs, fooled me too. Tristan Melke watches that one sail right through the pipes, and it's another goal for BYU.
Just a terrific handle on that catch. Great cut and even better finish on the shot.
Hannah Nelson buried that one after getting fouled earlier on top of the action. That's her first goal of the afternoon. Stick check clears. Officials say everything's all good, so we'll head back towards the center circle for another draw. Very quick attack there for BYU, and it's more of the same, I feel like. If you're watching this first quarter going into the second, Grand Canyon able to get their feet set and oftentimes able to play some pretty good defense in the man-to-man situations, but BYU so good at steamrolling when things start to get going. So quick on the move, fluid passing, very clean in transition, and then when they get set offense, once again, time and time again, really talented players making really talented plays.
Such a stark contrast for BYU from their last game, falling 17-5 to Georgia. I mean, the script has completely flipped for the Cougars.
It'll be Mia Chambers for the Cougars almost winning the faceoff off rip, and then a foul ruled in favor of the Cougars. Looks like number 15 Nicole Terry had a chance, and another breakaway opportunity for BYU. Number 10 diving inside, finds the far corner, buries it again, and another quick goal for the Cougars. That time it was Kate Johnson. Shot out of a cannon into the attacking third, caught everybody off guard. They'll check the stick, but as long as this one holds, I believe it's going to be a 9-2 lead for BYU here at the Cactus Classic.
Only 3 more needed, and it'll be a running clock. So early into the game, BYU has just established dominance.
Kate Johnson with some traveling fans. Lots of people from all over the country. Shocking last night, Michigan State was packing out this sideline, the same one that we're sitting on right now. They had, I think, I was talking to a fan, 84 different people going to the family dinner, not including players after last night's game. That's a fairly large traveling crowd. That far, all the way from Michigan, BYU making the trip from Utah, playing against GCU, who is right down the road in downtown Phoenix. Another draw, center circle. BYU almost wins that one cleanly. Ball trickling out towards the attacking third for GCU, and they'll have a chance to win that ground ball. Still loose on the ground. GCU has another fortunate opportunity. Ball still loose inside the scrum. Who's going to walk away with it? And it looks like it's GCU. Layla Cates comes away with the ball. Opportunity to initiate some offense there on the left side. Trying to find a positive angle. Moves it over for number 20, Breland Caffey. Trying to find an open woman surveying the field. Number 15 darts inside. Still with number 20. Moves it up top for Cates. Cates moving it around inside. Trying to find a shot on her own. Another clean pass inside. Loses it there on the doorstep. No work for the goalkeeper there for the Cougars. And now a battle for a ground ball on the far side. Foul ruled in favor of Grand Canyon. And we'll let that one breathe for a moment. GCU with the restart. Breland Caffey with the opportunity, moves back behind the goal in the X position, trying to find another open woman. Creating a play here would be good. Loses the ball behind the cage. Moved inside. A clean pass there. Backhanded there by Cates. Almost finds the pipe. Instead misses it far side. Ball will trickle outside the end line, and a restart here for the Lopes. Keeping the attacking third. This is what they need here if they want to find that goal. 7-goal deficit, 9-2 lead for BYU. We have no clock. I couldn't tell you how much time is left, but there's a lot left here in the second quarter. 3 more goals, and we'll turn into a running clock. Ball on top of the action. Another clean pass inside for Kate. She loses it on the ground, trying to find a way to get it back. Still with the Lopes for the moment. Drawn back out. No shot clock here. So they'll have all the time in the world to reset the play, and a foul ruled in favor of the Lopes again.
Yeah, if you're GCU, you got to do everything you can to try to keep it in the attacking third. Don't let BYU get in transition. That's where they'll kill you.
Keeping the ball over here. It's certainly not stagnant. Moving around, trying to find opportunities. Cates loses it again. Great swarming defense there from BYU. And here it comes on the move. Trying to find some open women in transition. They do. The Cougars doing as they have. Ball loose on the ground. They get it back. Whistle blows for a moment. Quick restart there. BYU back with the ball. And now streaking down the field is BYU. They have a woman advantage. Can they find a way to get the numbers inside the attacking area? Can they find a way to turn it into a shot? They'll draw it back out. Catherine Carpenter moves down the right-hand side. Foul ruled in favor there of GCU. They might not even want that one to be called. Momentum all on the side of BYU, but a restart here in favor of the Cougars. It'll be a penalty shot. Slightly positive angle. Lots of work here for Milky. Diving inside, almost saved. Trickles inside the back of the net, and another goal. Make that 10 for BYU. It's an 8-goal lead for the Cougars here. And what is a Oswego home game for GCU, considering they play just 20 minutes away. On the road for the Cougars, they find their 10th. 8-goal lead for BYU here.
Yeah, it's really just not one-sided for BYU. Everybody's getting a piece. Carpenter there finds her 2nd goal of the day, and the scoring variety for BYU, just anyone can score on this team, and that's what makes them so deadly.
Sharon Love. So 2 goals away from when that mercy rule starts to go, and the clock will start to run. Not that it matters to us. We have no clock. I wish I could tell you what the time was. I can tell you the time it is today. I can tell you the temperature. I can't tell you the time of the game. Back to the center circle for a draw. Mia Chambers will take it for BYU. We'll get ID in a moment on the other side of this one for the Lopes. If you're GCU here, how do you stay motivated to try to find your way back into this game?
I think just anything to not force a running clock here. Just even if you're right at that 8-goal deficit, just try to keep it 7. Just keep the game going as long as possible and give you as much time to get back within a couple goals.
Chance to head back to the drawing board here at halftime. If GCU can just add a goal or 2, but still BYU knocking on the doorstep here as they have the ball inside the action area in the final third for themselves, and operating behind X, trying to move inside the attacking area, find a positive angle, showing inside. 2 women make a run. Nobody can find the open pass, and the ball goes loose, but it's maintained for the Cougars there. Beautiful move on top where there'll be a shot here from number 10. She'll back it back out. Kate Johnson had an opportunity. Thought better of it. Didn't see the angle. Moves it back down to the right-hand side. Moving it down the channel back behind the goal again. Swarming defense here from GCU. They have certainly not stopped playing hard defense. Working it back around. BYU still with the ball. Trying to move inside. Can they find another goal? Save there by Milky. Almost lost it. It looked like it went under the jersey, and then it kind of fell out and almost trickled back inside the net. GCU has a chance to break here in transition. All the numbers started to move forward here. GCU with the ball. Breland Caffey moving it inside the final third. Will she opt to make a pass, or instead she'll get checked to the floor? Foul ruled in favor of BYU right now. No card coming out of the pocket. Looks like this one will just be a stop and restart. Ball will go back to the stick of Grand Canyon. Trying to find just their 2nd win. Ball worked wide right. Pass mishandled there behind the cage, but enough time for GCU to get back and maintain possession. Once again, no shot clock, which right now doesn't work against GCU. They have time to work the ball around and find an optimal shot. As the game sort of tricks on, that could be a problem. Shot towards the top, saved easily. Anna Krapel there. Easy save in front of the mouth of the net. It stays just 2 goals for GCU. Ball worked into the final third again. Attacking area for BYU. Almost finds the near side pipe. Instead misses everything but the back cage. BYU will win the run out by default, and they'll have another restart behind in the X position. GCU gets a chance to set their defense and take a deep breath, trying to find a way to dig out a 3rd or 4th goal before we head to halftime. Left side channel, ball working towards the top. Olivia Cannon stuck with the ball, moves it inside. Beautiful pass, a swing dodge move, trying to find it inside, and she does. Mia Chambers with her first goal of the afternoon. Clean and precise, adds number 11th to the scoreboard. It's 11-2. Just more clean inside passing there for BYU.
Looked like Chambers had already dropped her stick for the stick check before that ball even hit the back of the net. She knew as soon as it left the stick.
Beautiful swing dodge there. Was able just to get her hands free and fire one into the bottom corner. Another draw at the center circle here. GCU trying to find a way to turn this one into positive progression here. BYU running away with the ball again. Opportunity to break in transition. GCU wins it back. Now a chance for number 67, Grace Kelder, to sort of break out on the run. Beautiful switch hands there, but a nice stick check from another swarm of BYU defenders. Ball still loose on the ground. Ground ball scooped up there by BYU, and another turn back. Progressive passing, moving the ball towards the middle third. They're not going to have it sit down, but it's intercepted there by number 15. Nicole Terry has a chance to make the right pass. She does, right down the middle of the field, diving down the center channel. Ball lost on the ground there for a moment. BYU picks it up again. Switch of possession. Not enough clean looks there for GCU. BYU doing what they've done all afternoon long. Clean, progressive transition passing, and now defending. But GCU wins the ball back in their defensive third, trying to move the ball backwards. Move towards the middle there for Kelder. Kelder looks forward. Clean enough pass there for Terry. Terry handles it well, moves it back towards the center. Number 22, Carrie McMahon, almost loses it. They find a way to watch the ball trickle down. Foul ruled in favor there again for GCU. A chance to restart. Kelder moves it down the channel there for Houston. Lily Houston darting back behind the cage, trying to operate out of the X, find the right pass. Houston diving inside. Can she find the back of the net? Save there cleanly by Krapel. 5th save of the afternoon. She has not let up much. Only 2 goals for Grand Canyon. Stays an 11-2 lead for BYU and the Cougars.
Yeah, Krapel's done a nice job in the cage, but the defense that BYU has shown, especially in transition, just swarming whoever's got the ball for GCU. It's been fun to watch. That, I think, is the main difference between GCU and BYU's defensive strategies. GCU just leaves more in the ISO, just one-on-one defense, when BYU is just swarming to the ball.
BYU's moving together. GCU isn't not moving together. I just feel that oftentimes BYU catches them on the back foot because they're so fast in transition. GCU with the chance here, though. Another save there by Krapel. Make it 6 on the afternoon, and still just 2 goals given up. A fantastic pass forward, and here come the BYU Cougars again, moving out in transition. It's number 2 here, Becca Anderson. Chance to move it forward. Progressive pass, another shot on the back of the net, and it trickles right through the pipes. Looks like that one was Whitney Holt there. Another good goal, and with that, it's the 10th goal in this deficit. 12-2 for BYU.
We're only 2 quarters in, but GCU's already conceded the same amount of goals that they conceded in their last game in 4 quarters against Texas A&M. just a continuous onslaught of offense for BYU.
Just an unstoppable sort of offensive force that's moving towards the direction of the GCU net. And it feels inevitable every time they have the ball inside the stick. We'll head back towards the center for another draw. You have to imagine the second quarter here is slowly winding out now. The clock is running. Every second precious now.
If you're GCU, do you think about, maybe Mielke taking a break, having somebody else get in the cage?
I think that's a decision that you make at halftime. You don't make that one right now. Sort of reevaluate. You think about what's happening. I don't think that everything here is on Tristan Mielke. I think that, especially in lacrosse, defense is so team dependent. You have to have everybody all bought in. And if it's just the goalkeeper who's trying to do all the work, you're not going to have a very fun night, especially defensively. That's been shown all afternoon long here for the Lopes. BYU working for their goalkeeper, and of course on the other side, Krapel has 6 saves, and it felt like she hasn't had to do that much work, and although she's only given up 2 goals, it's because the entire defense is working well in front of her. So sort of have that conversation with Mielke at the end of the second quarter, and you make that call at half.
It's also about the bodies. BYU just has a much larger roster than GCU, so
1 million white jerseys down on the right-hand side.
Yeah, GCU's only got 4 defensemen on the roster. As we see another one hit the back of the net here for BYU. And again, just everybody in a white jersey eating today.
I could be wrong. I think that was Abigail Hooper. Wait for confirmation on that, see if the stick passes the check. I imagine it will. Haven't had any problems this afternoon. Everything looks good to go. We'll see who picks up the stick. It was number 12 or number 2. I apologize for not seeing that in the moment. Perhaps it was 21. Every number with the 2 in it but the one that was right. Carly Farnsworth.
So that's 13-2. So that means we'll see a running clock for the rest of the game today. Make this one quick.
Back to the center circle here at the Cactus Classic. BYU taking on GCU, 13-2 for the Cougars on top of the Lopes. It's been a very smooth afternoon for BYU. On the other side of the coin, not so smooth for GCU, trying to find a way to work their way back into this one. Now with the running clock, it feels like this one's going to be a tougher mountain to climb. Still have a chance. You got 2 quarters to go. Foul ruled in favor of GCU. Eva Loafer, the woman to pick up the ball. She'll get it off the ground and start moving it down that right side channel. Beautiful little swing move there to get out of some trouble. With a little pace and tempo, GCU has the ball in a dangerous area. Moves it center forward. Breland Caffey. Caffey trying to find an open woman for a pass. Nobody showing inside. Back up top for Loafer. Out to the left there for Steins. Steins moves it down the left-hand side there for Hansen. Ball moving around smoothly. Can they find an inside run? Caffey. Ball in her left hand. Switches to the right, trying to find a shot negative angle. Almost had a positive one. Bounced off the side pipe. BYU back in transition. Tibbetts. Right through the center there for Klump. Klump can't really handle the pass. GCU has a chance to get this one back in the center half. Foul ruled in favor there of BYU, and the Cougars will have an opportunity to retain possession and move it forward. Have to imagine there's not much time left on the clock here in this first half, especially with the clock running now.
Going to be a green card issued to BYU. That means Mia Chambers, number 11, going to head to the sideline for a minute.
Woman up opportunity here for the Lopes, see if they can capitalize, but it's immediately the Cougars who bounce on the opportunity, and even though they're a woman down, it's Farnsworth in the center of the park, picking up an errant ground ball, chance to sort of break free, breaks it on the left side channel. GCU jars it free, 45 seconds left on this woman up opportunity. Now the ball moving through that center channel, opportunity now to find a shot on net, trying to find that final third. Beatrice Reynolds down the right-hand side, finding some open grass there, trying to find an opportunity inside the center of the park. Opposite for number 16, Evie Yoon. Caffey showing down the middle, couldn't find the pass.
Has a disadvantage. It just always feels like they have positive numbers.
Well, that'll do it here in this first half. The Cactus Classic. BYU on top of GCU 13-2. We'll have a running clock in the second half, and just enough time for GCU if they come out of this halftime with a little wind in their sails to maybe find their way back in this game. What do they have to do to get back in it, and what does BYU need to do to make sure that that doesn't happen?
Well, BYU is just doing a tremendous job limiting transition offense for BYU. It's all about the transition game, I think. BYU swarming the ball, really, when BYU just gets any opportunity inside the 8-meter mark. And GCU just, they need to focus on their transition defense, limiting goals, limiting drives. Just always seems like the Cougars outnumber the Lopes any time they get within that 8-meter circle. So, really, I mean, now at this point, you know, Mielke's given up 13 goals. Do you think about a replacement?
We'll see what they do out of half. Catherine Carpenter and Elise Kardasz with 2 goals apiece, leading the way in front of their goalkeeper, Anna Krapel, with 7 saves and only 2 goals conceded through a first half of play. It's BYU and GCU here at the Cactus Classic. Women's Club Lacrosse here at the college level. We'll be back after this halftime and bring you the second half action.
You mean for the camera, Wendy? Oh, yeah. It's the big golf.
Really good. You want to roll play-by-play for the rest of the game?
That's all you, bro.
All right, guys, we're on the bat first. Everybody batting 1 minute. Line up. And they all can read their names.
This might be like a 25 to 3 game.
Wow, this is brutal. She's up for basketball, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's just the sports I know the most. I'm sure that a lot of people say that.
Rearranges them all. So that they can walk in and see them.
So you're doing soccer leader?
We have a
Phoenix Rising.
Oh, cool.
It's their second to last preseason.
capable enough.
So it's not live or anything like that, but make sure everything still works.
So you're live sport?
Unfortunately,
Yeah, I covered ASU soccer because I was doing the high school podcast.
he was my boss until last year, but I took over the Rising. Dude, he's not new.
That way, go that way. Left center. Usually the ball will fly over him, and then he'll lift up. It's just he's about 3 seconds behind.
You cover women's soccer for like
So,
Yeah.
first started.
Only work for WCLA. I'm mostly a writer, but thought I could club out like that.
First base.
Do you do any of the clubs that I assume you do plays?
Not really anymore because I travel for every game for Phoenix, so I'm gone a lot. Like starting March 7th, we're in San Antonio for the opener, and then after that, it's just like Carolina. It's so fun,
Poor guy
but
thought he wanted more action. The answer
like
was
every
no.
other game. So and outside of that, like, I'm in a
Put me back out in left center, coach. He's happy out there because only very few balls come by him and trots out after. I was telling them about Jeff's
so you want to write like a visual?
innings from
Yeah.
the field.
Either this or just see how far play-by-play takes me.
What are you doing over the summer?
Nothing like within the journalism space.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Did you go out this week?
Called summer
No,
balls.
I went and checked all the gates along the way to see the layouts. They're all locked.
I wouldn't. Do you live here or no?
No, I'm from the Bay Area.
Oh shit, no way. I'm from San Francisco.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Like the city or?
Yeah, I was born in the city.
Oh, cool.
So you'll go home for the summer?
Yeah. Just probably work as a waiter or server, not anything journalism related.
I mean, if you get something in summer baseball, do it, but it's expensive and it's not what everybody needs.
Not bigger trouble.
That's why I like doing the soccer.
haven't traveled for journalism yet, but I'm supposed to in March.
We were about to leave
Big
here
12
and
championship
get
game
up on the
basketball.
couch and just like laid into me to cuddle. I'm like,
I'll be fucking sick. I'm gonna do that a lot.
They're good to go through the whole like grant process.
Yeah.
It's so
It's very good. Yeah. I mean, it's worth it because you don't want to pay for it, but it's like, yeah, it's not fun.
Great, we have 6 more halves, right?
Yeah.
It took 2 whole weeks just to like fill
Did I-
out
did it
paperwork,
actually
wait for them to
the quarter
approve it,
Yep.
and book a flight.
Yep.
God, it's miserable. I just booked my flight on board.
That's why I mean,
Did you not pack up?
I mean, I have access to our bank account for the Rising thing, so I just book whatever I want.
That's on the card.
That part's nice. But I just booked all of our travels in the spring. We're going to San Antonio.
Let's go, Cougs! Keep it up!
Pittsburgh, Tulsa, and Sacramento. They have a 3 team, so.
Come on, Hannah, score some more!
That truck because you wanted to be like me. So we could look like the top of the guy ready taking.
Well, if you're not doing anything over summer, let me know.
I just thought we were going to start singing.
And you want to come to the Rising, I can get you a contract for it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
It's fun. It's a good time.
When's the game in Sacramento? Probably 2 hours from.
I mean, that's over the spring. That's over this semester.
Oh, gotcha.
We're in Oakland.
We don't see enough of it. Especially this time of year.
Oh, Sacramento game is April 4th. That's right. And we're back in Sacramento August 22nd. That's over summer. And then we're in Oakland September 26th. But that's
Is it only
Keep up the momentum, ladies!
I wish. It's mostly like weekends, but the U.S. Open Cup runs on Wednesdays, and for 2 years in a row we just keep winning games and we're just miserable. So we just lose.
They good?
You want a drink?
Yeah. Oh. And it's a long season.
Welcome back here. We're at the Cactus Classic in Tempe, Arizona. BYU versus GCU here on Field C. My name's Harrison Fuller alongside Kevin Kardasz. BYU off to a hot start in that first half, already forcing a running clock, up 13-2 over GCU. Kevin, tell me what's going through your mind as we get started in the third quarter here.
If I'm GCU, you know you need to score quick, you need to score fast, and you need to score often. There's not a whole lot of time. I just pulled up my timer. So for the first time, we'll have a live clock because it's just running. You have 15 minutes here before the whistle blows, and you'll have another 15-minute stretch, but you have a running clock, and you're facing an 11-goal deficit. How do you turn 11 into 0? You got to score fast, you got to score often, and you got to run as fast as you can. Legs are going to get tired, and that's where you're going to see this very deep bench for BYU play heavily into their favor. Not only is there no shot clock, which means they can they can drain the clock when they have the ball, and they don't have to make a move unless you force them to. It's a running clock, and they have that looks like a bench that's 3 times the size of the Lopes. That being said, you have 30 minutes to play. 30 minutes is more than enough time to find your way into 11 goals. You have to play crisp defense. You have to do it fast, and you can't really slip up. If BYU starts to go on a run, this game will be over before the third quarter is over. So it's time to sort of lock in. If you're the Lopes and if you're BYU, it's all about crisp defense, and it starts there at the draw circle.
BYU able to handle the draw here. That's Nelson. Crosses it to the middle of the field. Errant pass. Still ends up in the stick of a BYU player. It's Carpenter. Trying to make a drive. Passes it behind the goal to the X. Just careful, calculated passes for the Cougars. Nelson gonna crossfield pass it. Cougars looking to add on their goal total here is pass it behind the net to the X. Cut, inside, shot, finds the back of the net. For BYU, that was Hannah Nelson, her second of the day and the first of the second half for BYU.
That's as close to a traditional crease dive as you can get to in the women's game. It was a beautiful goal, fights through so much contact there. If that wouldn't have gone in the back of the net, you would have almost assuredly heard the whistle blown and another restart in favor of the Cougars. It was beautiful. It was right on the doorstep. And you see number 32, Hannah Nelson, bury her second, now one of 3 BYU Cougars with 2 goals apiece. Everybody's sort of eating, but 3 in specific with a brace here. It was exactly what BYU needed, and it was exactly what GCU could not afford. Now at a 14-2 deficit, and the time slowly starts to drain away. It's not stopped right now, so all this time as we stand here in the draw circle, all this time waiting to get back towards the center of the field, it's all time leaving the clock.
Use the draw at the center circle. Every second that the referee uses to place the ball in between the sticks coming off the clock. GCU able to handle it. There go the Lopes. It's Caffey. Caffey trying to do it herself. Passes it inside. Whistle blows. And a penalty issued to BYU. So, because it was within the 8-meter line, it'll be a penalty shot for the GCU Lopes. Number 20, Caffey, will take it from one of those outside hashes. It's a tough shot. Caffey driving towards the goal, and it slips past Kreppel for a GCU goal.
There's where the Avalanche can start. Turning a negative angle into a positive one, using the right shoulder was Caffey. Manages to barrel her way right in front of the goal. And at that point, if you're Kreppel, you just have to guess. She's so close. You have about 5 feet of clearance. There's so much happening around you, and the ball is in the stick of the most dangerous player on the field, and the only thing that you can do is guess left, right, top, or bottom. Guess wrong. Caffey buries it, and now back to where we started at the start of the third quarter. Can you find a way to turn 11 goals into 0? That's going to be the question that we ask every single time they score. Hopefully it'll be 10 next time for the Lopes. If they score again, it'll be 12. But working on solving a problem that's becoming harder and harder to solve because you're already 3 minutes and 20 seconds through this third quarter. So you got about 12 to play. The clock just keeps ticking.
Huge substitution for BYU. Just using all of their bodies on the sideline. Something that GCU can't really do here. As here's the draw in the center circle. GCU handles it. It's Leffler. Leffler down the far sideline, passes it here now to Caffey. Caffey's dangerous when she gets inside the 8-meter. But a great defensive play by BYU as Anderson able to steal it away for the Cougars. Anderson being double teamed now on the far sideline. Anderson still trying to get away and passes it away to her teammate BYU. Able to cross the center line. Here go the Cougars. They've got numbers. Cougars driving, double teamed here. Dane. Over to Frey, now back to X. Van Valkenburg. Resetting outside the 8-meter. Frey inside. Ball hits the deck, and GCU able to transition here. They're a successful clear, gets him into the attacking third. Here go the Lopes. Long shot, bit too high. And Layla Cates could not handle it. Cougars ball. Just no press whatsoever for GCU, and BYU able to easily transition into the attacking third, right back to where they were. Here's Van Valkenburg. Gonna pass it back to X here. Cannon. Pump fakes, passes it inside. Bottoms. Another Cougar goal, Tessa Frey. That's 4 BYU Cougars with 2 goals apiece. With 2 goals. So, that's 15 to 3.
Got about 9 minutes left here in the tank in this third quarter. Time slowly but surely slipping away from this one. And you just have that feeling that it's getting to become an impossible mountain to climb for GCU. And these are when you start to think about how you can sort of build on to the next game. GCU's not done, I don't believe, or this could be their last game. You know, you're basically at home. How do you find a way to draw a positive out of this? What can you do? What can you improve upon right now in the next 9 minutes? And you got another 15 after that. How do you find a way to make this a building experience and not just where we got routed?
I mean, that bus ride is going to be a tough one back home. It's only 20 minutes, so a short bus ride, but I think every minute of that one is just going into thinking about how they can improve towards their next game. At a certain moment, I mean, you're down by 12 goals. Just go out there for the next 15 and have fun.
Or take it personally. There's two ways to go about this.
Assuming GCU cannot come back from this 12-goal deficit, they will fall to 1-7 after this. How do you rebound from that?
Take every game one step at a time. I mean, every play has a win and a loss in it. Whether you're the scoring team or you're the team getting scored on, there's somebody who did something right and somebody who didn't do something right. And the way that you dig yourself out of these holes and the way that you find your second win in 2026 is by finding out exactly what those wins are and focusing on what the losses are and finding ways to clean it up. You're never going to be perfect. Never will a team have a perfect performance. There's always going to be something to improve on. You need to find a way to not give up goal 16. And there it is.
Great timing on that comment. Goal 16, just giving up.
Can we go for 20?
I think that's the goal if you're BYU, but I think 25 is really within reach.
I mean, if you're shooting for the stars, let's go for 30. You got time.
That flight back to Provo is going to be a nice one for the Cougars.
Do you think they flew? I think there's a chance they were on a bus.
Depends what kind of funding the women's club lacrosse team gets at BYU.
I think everybody's on different methods of transport here. I guarantee Michigan State flew. I guarantee the Aggies flew. I think that Provo's just close enough where you can swing a bus. I don't know, though. I think that GCU did not fly.
It'd be a painfully long ride to Florida bus down here.
Lord. I'm going to take a wild guess and say GCU didn't fly, and that's the only one that I know.
That one and maybe ASU. I don't think they flew.
I don't know, dude.
I think they walked.
You never know. Crazier things have happened.
Here's the draw as GCU able to handle it. Running backwards, and here's a scrum for the ball. BYU able to handle it already in the attacking third. Whitney Holtz. She's got 2 goals today. Gives it up to her teammate. Pump fake. Johnson trying to drive in. Law now driving and scoring. A nutmeg for Law and a pretty one for her first goal of the day.
All right, time to put a line on this. I'm going to go 26.5 goals by the end. You want to take over or under?
I think the way this game's trending, I'm going to smash the over.
You're going to smash the over? Okay, then just for competitive sake, I'll take the under. So I'm going to put a whole $1 on this if you want to join. So it's a $2 pot.
I'll bet you the chips in my lunch. How about that?
We have the same chips, dude.
Look, man, broadcasting isn't paying what I'd like right now. So chips are all I got to bet.
Dude, you have meal swipes. I know you have a meal plan. You're gonna be just fine.
Oh yeah, you want some Gordon Commons meal swipes?
Are they even there right now? Can you even is there even food at the dining hall?
I don't think I can transfer them over, but
well, aren't they on strike?
Huh?
Aren't they on strike? Is the dining hall open?
Oh, I think they are on strike. You're right.
You really might need that Panera meal. Okay, so you have the over. You need to hit at 27. I'll take the under. I think that I have better odds here. I think that Vegas should consider a push, but it's okay.
Does Vegas have lines on women's club lacrosse?
No, but I do, so.
Really keying in on this market.
I mean, I don't know, though. Let's check the time. You got about 4.5 here. Yeah, I took the better side of this bet. It's a shame, but it's just the truth.
GCU with a seamless transition into the attacking third. Here's the drive for the Lopes. Passing it back out. Kelder. Back out to X. Caffey, she's got 2 out of the 3 GCU goals today. Can she get another one? No. Well defended by BYU. Kreppel. Caffey for GCU resets it in the corner. Driving now inside, Houston gives it up to her teammate in the corner. Almost floating behind the net, driving back inside, triple teamed. Kelder comes out with it for GCU.
Houston has the athletic chops to make that inside run, and she almost did, but she needs to look over the left shoulder and just take the shot. Right now, you're down by so much. You have to find a way to make some magic happen. Let's see if there's going to be a shot taken here.
I think a popular move for GCU is just trying to get as close to the crease as possible and maybe bend inside, but they're over on
It's
on
a
that
way to a
move.
crease dive. It's as close as you can get to it.
Kelder going to try to slide inside there. Lost it. Who's got it? Whistle blows from the referee, and
Could be a penalty. Could be good.
yes, it'll be a penalty shot for GCU. It's Caffey. She's already got 2 today. Caffey sprinting towards the goal, and a terrific save by Marcella Woolley. Getting some action in the cage for BYU.
I mean, Woolley absolutely standing on her head there. It's a beautiful save. Caffey does everything right. Marcella not only guesses right, but makes the jump, and that's the difference. Making the jump in the air, forcing the ball high up. It doesn't allow any sort of offensive rebound opportunity there for the Lopes. Keeps the ball up only where the goalie can touch it. That's perfect. It's textbook. It's exactly what you want, especially as the backup goalkeeper, obviously getting some time here in between the sticks. You know, you want to make these moments count, and so you have another quarter after this to go keep making it count, and that's the perfect way to start your afternoon. That perfect stick push up into the top. It's everything you want.
Lopes in the attacking third. Coming from around behind the net. Caffey trying to spin. BYU defender doesn't let her. Reynolds bending in, and a beautiful save from Agent Zero in the net, Marcella Woolley. BYU now trying to clear the ball. Get it up to Rebecca Anderson. Anderson gives it up to her teammate, Schultz, who loses the ball. And GCU able to regain it. Ball's back on the ground. BYU now still on the attack. Bangerter going around the edge. Nice pass. Schultz couldn't handle it again. Schultz now. Pass it back to X. Behind the cage. Here goes Law. Law trying to bend inside. Couldn't get a shot off. Picked up by the Cougars. And ultimately handled by Tristan Mielke. We were talking briefly about GCU potentially replacing Mielke, but she's the only goalkeeper they have on the roster.
That's the end of the third, so, I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit more when we come back. We got time. I will say, though, that the current line is looking really good for Kevin FC. You need a miracle on turf right now. This is real grass. You need a miracle on Bermuda grass to find a way into $1. How do you feel?
I still feel good about it. I think BYU getting some of the players who might not see as much playing time during the season in, and they want to prove themselves. You know,
10 goals.
This fourth quarter, I think, could be a very, very high-scoring affair. It's 15 running minutes. It's hard to score 10 goals, but I think ultimately some of those players on the BYU sideline are proving to their coach that they deserve more playing time, and I think because of that, they're going to find the net.
10's a magic number. 17-3. I think we'll be back for the fourth.
Second game on?
2:30.
Are you a Giants fan?
No.
Really?
All right. Not a huge baseball guy. Oh, okay. Who they play?
It's like preseason.
.1 innings per Nicholls.
Giants play like here, right?
Yeah, they play in Scottsdale, so like 20 minutes from here. Yeah. I think that, yeah.
Okay.
Good?
3, 2, 1.
It's the fourth quarter here at the Cactus Classic. My name's Harrison Fuller alongside Kevin Kardasz, and you're watching on South Mountain Sports. 15 rolling minutes here for BYU as they're on their way to a rout of GCU. Standing at 16-3 right now.
You know, it's been a very smooth afternoon for BYU. I think that's the best single word to describe it for the Cougars, smooth. You know, when they're in transition, it's smooth. When they're on offense, it's smooth. When they're playing, team defense in transition, trying to swarm the ball, it's smooth. When their goalkeeper's in front, whether it's the backup, Marcelo Woolley, or as a starter, Anna Krapel, it was smooth. It's just been a smooth afternoon for the ladies from Provo.
Here's the opening draw, and BYU able to handle it, and they're already on the offensive. Great drive looking here. Cougars reset behind the net. Give it to their ex, number 22, Abigail Dean. She's got a goal today.
Olivia Cannon, one of the starters still out there on the field for BYU, and she just looks so smooth and in control when she has the ball. Has it right now. Buried that. Court.
Wow, what a shot there by BYU. That's goal number 17, and that one just slipped right past Tristan Mielke in goal for GCU.
Do yourself some favors, man. That's goal 18. That's 18-3 according to the scoreboard over there.
18, excuse me. Yeah, that's looking good for my line.
It's a good goal for the cause. It's a good goal for the cause. It was Olivia Cannon, though, smooth and in control. What a fantastic move. Very athletic out towards that right side. Gets her hands free, just lets it rip. It's all what the game is about. Just get your hands free and let it rip. Olivia Cannon did. Buried it left side right below the post. Can't ask for anything better. Once again, one word, smooth.
That's the 11th different goal scorer for BYU today.
I stopped counting. I'm glad you're still on it.
Well, I got chips on the line, man.
The same exact chips that we both have. By the way, important to name that.
I'm not saying I'm going to eat them now, but, I got to bring them back to the dorm.
Yeah, I mean, Donnie.
You remember what it's like being a freshman? You got to ration food.
Dude, I was not rationing. Those meal swipes are the only thing that I miss about being a freshman. Just wait till you have to, cook. It sucks. Or you just spend all your money on food.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good. My M&G is depleting.
I'm surprised you still have M&G. I was like a 1-month guy.
GCU on the offensive here. Pass it back to X behind the cage. McMahon trying to do it herself. Spins back inside. McMahon finds number 1, Trin Ekrin, for the GCU goal. Ekrin drops the stick. Referee looks at it. The pocket passes the check, and GCU able to find the net for the first time in the fourth quarter. That's goal number 4. 18-4 right now. Kevin, if you're GCU and you're driving that short ride back to Phoenix, what are some positive takeaways you can mention on that bus ride back?
I think that at times the team defense has been very clean. They have found ways to be disruptive, I will say that in comparison to all the other games that I've watched in this tournament, that the fouling has been at a much lower rate of the other ones. GCU has played clean defense. They're able to get their stick checks off without, triggering a referee's whistle, and that's really good. I think if you're going to build on something, the team defense needs to be cleaner, like right now. There's too many open bodies streaking down to the attacking area. Now there's a free body in the middle. You have to get it out.
I think if you're GCU, you need to take a page out of what BYU's doing to you on the offensive side. Every single time GCU drives towards the cage, BYU forces them to the outside and forces a bad shot at an outside angle. GCU, beautiful defensive play, able to get the ball back, double-teamed. Lopes end up with it. Ball on the ground. Whistle blown by the referee, and
she'll get sent off there. That was a small hit to the head there for Ella Engstrom, but I'll push back. I'll refute your point. I don't think that you need to build your team to be like anybody else. I just think you need to find a way to play to your strengths. GCU has a couple talented ball handlers who I feel like are getting frozen out, sort of hanging out behind the cage. One of the differences in tempo between the men's and the women's game is that the men's game is solely focused out of being behind the cage. You put your best playmaker at the X, and you have them operate up and around the cage. The women's game is very different. They operate on top. You have to find a way to get your key ball handlers in prime positions to make valuable plays. And if your handlers can't get on the ball, it's hard to make anything happen in terms of scoring runs.
As GCU finds the back of the net, one sort of from penalty shots, two of them came from just straight drives up the middle. Only one of them has come from operating behind the net at X and letting your X kind of facilitate and find a cutter. That hasn't really worked for GCU. It's just when they drive straight for the goal, don't focus on passing as much, maybe just one cut, one pass and go. That's what's worked for the Lopes.
And I'll say this, though, in defense of Grand Canyon not doing that every time, it's hard when, I should have counted before I started talking, but I think that BYU has 10 more women than GCU does, and so if you're asking your most potent offense to be, we're going to just barrel right down the center lane, we're going to try to find open shots right down the center of the park, that's taxing, tiring, and it hurts. And it keeps hurting a little bit more as the game goes on, and we're here on day 2 of this tournament. Like I said, they played Michigan State on Thursday night, I believe, or maybe it was Friday afternoon. They've played a lot of lacrosse in a short amount of time with a shorthanded bench against a team that has way more people at their disposal. It's hard for your best offense to be, let's just jam it right down the middle and score. That's taxing and tiring. You have to find a way to make it sustainable. But when they found ways to get into the center of the park and find that middle channel, like you said, they score. So if that's the way, that's the way.
No, you were wondering how many more bodies BYU has.
Was my guess close?
11. God. They could throw it an entire lineup minus a goalie more than GCU. And it's really showing. I mean, BYU has the reserves in right now, and they've conceded a couple goals, but it's still, I think some of the BYU reserve players would be very key pieces if they were to play for GCU.
That's sort of the battle that you fight. It's a club lacrosse thing in general. You have shorthanded rosters play against deeper rosters all the time, and the name of the game is finding out ways to strategize and beat those wrinkles. But
it's a talent gap, but it's also a gap in the amount of players that you have. I mean, Utah, California, those are the West Coast powerhouses in terms of lacrosse. Arizona is still a bit behind in the lacrosse world.
Well,
there isn't as much of a culture.
I don't think that anybody has more players than BYU, so this is nearly a unique situation.
Penalty shot finds the back of the net. Tessa Frey, she's got a hat trick. That's 19 by my count.
19, you're alive. You're alive, you got time.
6 more goals with how much time left?
Didn't start it. Fire me. Oh, 7? Perfect.
Just 1 goal a minute is all I need to win this bet here. I think I got a shot.
You have a shot? One of the longer stick checks of the afternoon there, but stick passes. Have you seen a stick not pass a check yet? Or?
No, not yet. Seems everybody's playing by the rules here. Nobody's pocket too deep. Back to the center circle for the draw here. BYU just not taking their foot off the gas pedal. Penalty called on the draw. Ball didn't pop into the air as it has on most draws. GCU will take possession. Caffey gives it up to Zender. Haven't called her name too much. Here's Houston trying to do something for GCU. Ekren has a goal on the day, fighting for the ball here. She hits the deck.
And for the first time, I started to hear GCU start to talk. I believe it was number 35 here on the near side. 20. My eyes are terrible. 28. Number 28, Samantha Osterhout. She immediately started yelling, "I have your trail," trying to make herself open and available on the passing lane. That's the stuff that changes you into a winner.
Caffey finds pay dirt. She's got a hat trick. One of the few bright spots of this. She has half of her team's goals. That's number 6 for Grand Canyon. Stick passes the check. So we will come back to the center circle for another draw. And I think GCU, that drive really started with the draw. BYU was called for a penalty on it, and GCU was awarded possession, and they just took that in stride and capitalized off of it.
It's all about just finding your moments where you can pick up pockets of momentum, right? Whether it's a foul on the draw or it's getting an easy goal on one side and turning it into 2 or 3. We talked about it at the top of the broadcast. We'll talk about it on the next one, that lacrosse is a game of runs. And sometimes you can survive 1, sometimes you can survive 2. You start to get to the 3rd run, you go, this one might be done. BYU has continued to stack runs, and GCU really hasn't had a notable scoring run besides maybe right now, you could say, in the tail end of the game, and that's the difference.
Holt driving, gives it up. BYU picks it up. GCU picks it up. There goes Houston. Osterloh running with her stride in stride, and BYU able to steal the ball, gain possession. Here they go, streaking down the field. Carly Farnsworth. She's got one on the day. Gives it up to her teammate Amelia Gannell. Driving inside, holds, shoots, and it finds its way into the back of the net. It just bounced right past Mielke. Holt secures the hat trick there. That's 15. 20. That's 20 for BYU.
Yeah, that's just so crisp from BYU. And even up by this much, they're just still finding ways to pour it on. I don't want to say it's demoralizing for Grand Canyon. You should expect every team to do this, but this is total domination for the team from Provo, and they have done everything right all afternoon. They'll get their well-deserved 4th win of the year from it. There's not much wrong that you can say with the Cougars after this one.
I think it just starts with discipline and coaching. At halftime, it took GCU a couple extra minutes to get back out on the field to start the 3rd quarter, and you could see BYU prepping their backup goalie to go in, passing, working on shooting drills. Even at halftime when it's supposed to be a break and you're supposed to head back to the huddle and talk to your coach, they just wouldn't leave the field. Penalty on the draw that awards BYU possession. Looks like they kind of caught GCU off guard, and now here comes Mia Chambers. Concedes the ball to her teammate on the far side. Passing it inside, shot! Finds its way to the back of the net. Another goal for BYU, 21. That line is looking real good.
Still looking good for me, but yeah, I mean, I'll give you a little credit.
Looking a bit more competitive. I mean,
You're getting back in.
Vegas knows what it's doing. So a minute left, and a massive substitution for the Cougars, and each team taking their time to get back to the draw circle, especially GCU, who I'm sure would like nothing more than this game to end.
This one might stop before the draw's even taken place. I don't know if a lacrosse game can end on a dead play, but we'll see. Got just enough time maybe to fire this draw off. I think the referee might be seeing if there's enough time left in the tank. Okay, we got enough.
Might time where the whistle blows as soon as the ball pops into the air for the draw. They let the draw go. Both teams still fumbling with it, ball in the air. Both teams still trying to fight for the ball in the draw, and GCU comes out with it. Leffler crosses midfield on the far side, being double teamed, running right past the BYU defenders. Kelder. Ball's on the ground. Both teams moving, kind of slowing down here as we just wait for the inevitable end of this game. GCU still being fairly aggressive on the defensive side. Excuse me, not Kreppel. It's Woolley, the backup, who's played the entire second half. GCU unable to pick up the ball here. And a cover called on GCU, giving BYU possession with a little left in this game.
Perhaps the longest minute.
Couple whistles been blown here in the last minute of the game, kind of slowing things down. Penalty shot here for GCU. It's Giles, I believe. Or, excuse me, for BYU. That finds the net once more to make it 22. And it's a great day to be a BYU Cougar.
Some are saying the best day.
Has that final whistle, air horn, whatever you want to call it, sounds. Ending the game, BYU advances to 4-2 after a 22-6 rout of GCU. I'm Harrison Fuller alongside Kevin Kardasz and Nicholls on the camera, and this has been the Cactus Classic here in Tempe, Arizona. We thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you for more action in the Cactus Classic.
It's a ranked matchup during the Cactus Classic.
Testing.
No. One, two, three. Testing. One.
Testing.
There's a delay, so.
Testing. One, two, three. Testing. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with whatever.
Turn it back.
It's a ranked matchup here at the Cactus Classic. Number 1 Florida versus the 20th ranked Utah Utes as we get going in with the opening draw. Harrison Fuller, Kevin Kardasz for South Mountain Sports. Utah opens up early and shifts into the attacking third. Kenny for the Utes. Trying to drive from the X position is Danielson. She's got it behind the cage. Johnson over to her teammate Kenny. Utah starting the game out with a pretty conservative approach. Here's the drive in. Shot on goal is saved by Jordan Selby. And a penalty issued to, I believe, the Utah Utes. No, the Florida Gators, so it will be a penalty shot for Utah. Utes on the penalty shots. Float back outside the 8-meter. Here's Vickers, excuse me. Johnson recollects the ball, hits a cutter. Shot on goal, finds the back of the net. It's number 8, Kendall Danielson, getting things going early for Utah.
It's a smooth move there inside by Danielson. Manages to get her hands free and finds a quick goal. It's going to be a contested contest. I'd say that this potentially is the most talented one-to-one talent matchup that either of us have seen in this tournament, so the Cactus Classic should be in for a good one. Kendall Danielson gets it started, and very, very quick. It's 1-0 for the Utes.
A lot of ranked teams coming into this tournament, but Florida tops them all, being the number 1 club women's lacrosse team in the country. Back to the center line for the draw. Ball in the air, Utes able to collect it, no. Ball still on the ground, fighting for it. Utah backtracking a bit. And Sage collects it. Running right around that center line. Still haven't crossed it, now they do. It's Marsland passing it upfield, and Utah has a good look here as they pass it behind the net. Errant pass, and ground ball means Florida has got it, or do they? Utes ball. Marsland couldn't handle the pass. Here comes Mazalewski. Mazalewski on the near sideline.
Mazalewski busting a lung there, trying to get outside of the pressure. She does. It's going to be moments like that that will determine the game for the Utes. Can they evade the swarming pressure of the top-ranked club women's lacrosse team in the country? Can they find ways to score early and often?
Utah sprinting towards the ball as it rolls out of bounds, and they're able to hold possession for the Utes. You know, not as much of a crowd as the last game we saw broadcasting. Two teams traveling from Utah, one from Salt Lake City, the other from Provo. Bitter rivals, but it looks like BYU's got Utah beat in the travel department.
I believe so. Not too many fans making the trip from Florida, it seems, to our right. That's a far flight, though, coming from Florida all the way out to Tempe.
Well, yesterday at the Florida versus Utah Valley game, we did have some very nice fans travel from Cutchogue, New York.
Nice.
To watch their daughter play for Florida. I believe it was Leah Weir. So if you are watching in Cutchogue, New York, we do welcome you here at South Mountain Sports. Utah recollects it and transitions into the attacking third. Utah gets back to their X behind the net, Danielson. Pass it back up top. Inching near the 8-meter line. Pump fake. Juke move. Cuts inside. Ball's on the ground. Picked up by the Gators. Here goes Noe. Noe untouched as she crosses the line and enters the attacking third for Florida. Gives it up to her teammate Mitchell, and Noe gonna jog back to midfield. Morrissey hands it to Naus. Give it back to X, trying to find a cutter here. Back to Caliendo. Inside, trying to make a run for it. Passes it back outside the 8-meter line here. Naus. Utah sticking to their zone.
Utah playing very clean zone defense here, just sticking exactly where they need to be. It's really hard for Florida to get inside the sticks right now. Anytime they can take a possible, what you'd like to call a paint touch, it will be a very valuable one. Utah talking so loud, such a different contrast from the last game that you and I broadcasted. Everybody's talking. The sidelines are loud. The women on the field are loud. This is the difference.
I mean, last game, the BYU fans were almost louder than some of the players on the field for
agree.
GCU.
Maybe both teams.
Yeah, this game's just so different. Both of these teams so communicative as referee blows his whistle, and it'll most likely be a penalty shot for Florida. Still looking to get on the board. Schmerler on the drive, and she finds the back of the net. Kendall Schmerler, coming off a hat trick yesterday in the Utah Valley game, finds Pater for Florida, getting him on the board, knotting things up at 1.
You know, there's a chance as like a team like Florida that you just get, you know, the Utah State Tour. You get BYU, you get Utah, and you get Utah Valley. Very awesome for some people. You ever been to Utah?
I have.
Really?
Once to Salt Lake City.
Did you
Enjoyed it. Very beautiful with the
Yeah, it's
mountains.
gorgeous.
Have you made the trip yet for any Phoenix Rising games?
No, I haven't. No team in Utah. I've actually I've never been to Utah. Fun fact. I've gotten my taste of Utah in the last 2 hours.
Okay, fun place. I went to a Jazz game. It was their final home game of the season. They lost to the Thunder's reserves. Shea, Chet, and them didn't even travel.
Chatting. I'd like to point out we have 2 Aura house calls going on right now. No sweatpants for either goalie. That's the right call. You know, if you're wearing sweatpants generally because you're wearing leg protective gear, this is an open show of I don't need it. Both goalies.
Both goalies have played pretty solid games about halfway through this first quarter, only let up 1 apiece. But, I mean, you don't even need sweatpants in this beautiful Tempe weather. It's 70 degrees, still February. This is what I'm sure the teams from Utah dream of. It's probably below freezing there right now.
I'd say Florida's probably a little used to this. It's less humid than it is in Florida for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a stark contrast from last night's games. It was freezing.
I was shivering.
Penalty shot for Florida. Can't find the net. Great save from the, penalty shot for Utah. Great save from Jordan Salby, the Florida goalie, as the Gators look to flip the field now. They do so seamlessly. Pass it back behind the net to Maddie Caliendo, playing the X. Solid passing for the Gators. really trying to get it in as many different sticks as possible this possession. Good cutting by the Gators, but an even better save there by Nazara Summers.
A really good outlet pass there, sort of fumbled by number 4. That's Jada Johnson. Couldn't quite put a stick to it. Right idea, though, from the goalkeeper. Get it out, get it as far away from the mouth of the net as possible, and preferably have your target be open. Every box was checked off, just poor handling of the pass. It happens, though, in those transition opportunities, it's hard to sort of your backs to the play. You have defenders who are waiting behind the line. You have a whole crowd of people who are about to come right towards you as well. It can be hard to handle that pass.
You know, during this tournament, we've seen a wide variety of defensive tactics, but I think Utah just the teams from Utah have some of the better approaches when it comes to defense, especially transition defense. Utah sticking to their zone right now, and it's paid off so far as we see an interception, ground ball, picked up by Florida, handled by Weir. Excuse me, that was Naus that handled the ground ball. We'll restart here as Schmerler looks to pass it. Ball ends up behind the cage. Pass it back up top. Schmerler, she's got the sole goal for the Gators today. Passes it to a cutter. Bit too high on the shot there from Florida, but the Gators able to regain possession.
Everything right there but the shot. Isabel Baseliga had a chance to sort of bury that one. Just goes a little high, soars over the crossbar. Everything about that was professional. Trying to find the cutter, getting the pass inside clean, the shot almost perfect. Everything about that but the finish professional.
Rinaldi trying to drive, gets triple teamed and fouled. Rinaldi will get an opportunity for a penalty shot from the middle hash here. Rinaldi couldn't get it to go. Kind of bounced right along that goal line. But in the end, a nice save by Summers. Pardon me, Low in the cage for Utah. Live Low. Good job evading that pressure by Utah. Rogers helping with the transition offense for the Utes here. Go the Utes on the attack. Bodies collide into each other. Utah loses the ball, regains it. Langwin back now behind the net. Over to Anderson. Anderson looking for a passing lane. Jukes tries to do it herself. Shot gets blocked and saved by Salvi. Salvi still looking for an outlet.
Gotta imagine 10 seconds is coming up here in a moment.
She's out of the crease. So does that still apply if she's within the 8 meter but still not in the crease? Salvi throws a long ball to a teammate. It's caught. Florida has a great opportunity to score in transition here as the pass is mishandled by Caliendo. And the Utes gain possession.
I think it's sort of the story of the first quarter here. Everything but the finish, professional for Florida that time, finding the longest, most available open pass on the field, all the way into the attacking third, but just can't find that final pass into the attacking area and can't find that moment. Let's see if they can finish here.
Pass intercepted. Here goes Florida. Shot finds its way into the net and hits nylon. Florida strikes again. That's 2 unanswered after conceding the first goal. 2-1.
believe that was Natalie Biggs there.
Stick check clears, and Florida, the #1 team in the country, takes the lead.
Early timeout called here by Utah. Probably the right decision. This is a team that's very talented on the other side in Florida. The way that lacrosse works, these games of runs, I mean, you start to see that get broken open, and you started really fast if you're the Utes. You got your goal very early. You managed to build the small lead, but the second they get going, it could turn into a waterfall at any moment. So now you take the time, take a deep breath. Referees will get a moment to sort of gather and talk about what had just happened, but Florida is dangerous. Utah knows that. Utah was dangerous for the first 2 minutes. How do they get back to being dangerous? How do they get back to being offensively potent? That's what's pertinent right now in this huddle of everybody. Also important to note that Utah does have a deeper bench than Florida, so surviving these opening stanzas and getting to that second half where maybe you can use a leg advantage, that could be big too. It's been a long weekend for some of these teams, and this is sort of the tail end, so empty the tank and see what you can do.
For Utah, it's just making sure you handle the passes in transition. They've gotten so close a couple times now, and just some of the passes just don't land. It creates transition opportunities for Florida, and the Utes have paid because of it.
Long time out here.
We'll catch you at the end of it on South Mountain Sports. Harrison Fuller, Kevin Kardasz. Well, right as we took a break, the teams decided to break out of the timeout, and they'll come to the center circle for the draw after the Florida goal. Vickers and Morrissey in the center circle for the draw. Penalty called on the draw in favor of Utah. In favor of Florida. So the Gators collected already in the attacking third. Here's Morrissey for the Gators.
Florida getting an early chance outside of that timeout to sort of keep driving the nail, find a way to get that third goal and start breaking this one open.
Morrissey going to try to drive herself. Floats back outside the 8-meter. Spin move. Has to go through some contact. Gives it up to a teammate, Miller, who gets fouled. It'll be a penalty shot for the Gators on one of the outside far hashes. Miller on the penalty shot. Scores for Florida. So Morrissey had to give it up to Miller on the drive. Miller drives herself, gets fouled, and ends up finding the back of the net on the penalty shot.
It's exactly what you're not asking for if you're Utah. You call that timeout to sort of settle down the flow. Instead, you commit a foul in the draw, you give up free possession, and you give up a goal in the span of 45 seconds. I mean, that's the nightmare scenario for you after calling that as a Ute and you're trying to settle the pace and slow it down. Now it's on the women on the field to sort of take the pace into their own control and find a way to slow the bleeding and get your second goal. It's not a done game yet. You have so much time. You just can't let this turn into a huge avalanche.
Utah now able to collect the draw. Vickers gives it up to the Gators. Florida going to pass it backwards here and just recollect things as they move now in transition. Ava Mitchell streaking down the near side. And she slows things down for the Gators, Sophie Morrissey. Looks like Florida, every time they slow things down in transition and get into the attacking third, just look to pass the ball around a lot, try to get Utah on their feet, find a gap within their zone, and attack it. Keely Nouse now with a nifty move. Nouse going to try to take it herself. She scores. And just like that, the game has completely flipped in favor of Florida. 4-1.
One more time on the score.
4-1.
Nice.
We can
4-1.
edit that. We can edit around that, right? It's not like this is live.
No, I have bad news. It's okay though. I mean, it's exactly what we talked about. It can just turn around so quickly. Suddenly it's 4-1, and if this keeps climbing, you start to think about a running clock. Still early though, first quarter, 4-1.
Man, one of those hasn't happened since high school. It's cool. Really brings you down to earth.
Reminds you who you are, man. Still just a human.
At least it's not football. I feel like that one announcer from the Michigan State block punt.
Yeah. Blocked.
Great call otherwise, though. Long shot, and that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. Florida already getting on the board a couple times. 4-1. Got it that time. We'll see you in the second. Harrison Fuller, Kevin Kardasz for South Mountain Sports.
Sammy, who does like the rising stuff, he did like the game on play-by-play for USAL in soccer. And the first goal, he's like, it might have been he voice cracked twice in a row, and it was genuinely the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
One watching. Oh, that entire conversation.
It's just HD. These things are directional for sure. I mean, but like, they're just so. It's a bit shocking.
Not really relaxed.
We're back after the quick timeout after the first quarter. Here's the opening draw to the second. Ball pops in the air, and Florida able to collect it. Quick transition. Schmerler. Passing all the way around the net for the Gators. Back to Reese Rinaldi. Rinaldi taking her time. Tries to spin, spins back around. Taking it herself. Gives it up, bounces it to her teammate. Morrissey. Stonewalled by Lowe. Florida back with it. Schmerler taking in all her options. Ends up with a lateral pass to Rinaldi. Rinaldi trying to find a cutter. Met with good defense from Utah on a foul inside the 8-meter. That'll mean a penalty shot for Rinaldi.
Big opportunity here for the Utes. You have to convert here and sort of start getting your own offense going. Still a close game, 4-1. You have an opportunity. I'm wrong. I was looking the wrong way. I'm so sorry.
Rinaldi can't get it to go. Offensive rebound. Kendall Schmerler capitalizing off of the offensive rebound. It bounced right off of the goalie, Liv Lowe, for Utah, and Schmerler was in perfect position to just pick it up and drop it right to the back of the net.
Liv Lowe does everything right. Everything right. Those offensive rebounds are so tough in front of the mouth of the net, especially on a penalty when everybody's crashing. It's so difficult to find yourself in an advantageous position to get the ball back off that rebound, but she does everything right to get that first stop. It's on everybody else to either get the rebound or for you to stop it with the net, and instead it's a dangerous one.
Here's the draw. Utah struck early with the first goal of the day and haven't been able to capitalize off of that momentum since. It's been all Florida since then, 5 unanswered. Schmerler loses control, able to pick it back up. Around the net here for the Gators is Baselga. Back outside. Weir tries to make a move. Backtracks a bit. Passes it to Schmerler. She's got 2 early here. Schmerler passes it inside. And it's mishandled by Reese Rinaldi. Collected by Lowe. Long pass into some traffic. Intercepted by Schmerler. Florida's got a great look. Rinaldi! In the left corner. Scores for Florida. Rinaldi's first of the contest.
Just a beautiful move inside, able to get her hands free and let it rip. And that's ultimately the same story every time. Can you get your hands free? Can you get a quality shot on the net? Let the ball do the rest of the work. She does. Now it's a quick 6-1. It's early here in the second quarter, but you can sort of start to feel this one drain away. It's what you expect from the best team in the country. But if you're Utah, you need to find a way to take this personally and sort of start carving your way back into this. It's so far away from being over, especially at this point in the game. You get a quick goal off this draw, and you're right back in it.
It's just been the inability to handle the draws, really. Florida's come out with the bulk of the draws in the game. Utah able to collect that one. And now they're on the offensive trying to transition. 3v1. Gets it to midfield, and they're nearing the attacking third as they backtrack a bit on the near side. Wide open, Anderson passes it back to X. Met with some traffic. Anderson up top. Some quick passing from Florida. Now Vickers going to try to drive in. Backtrack, spins. Vickers gives it up. Kenny. Cannot. Here goes Florida in the transition. They've got numbers. Go to Wielden here. Ball's on the ground. 2 players hit the deck. And looks like we got a penalty shot here. Wielden's will take it for the Gators. Wielden. Bottoms. Finds the back of the net and goes through the legs of Liv Lowe. 7-1. Yeah, I mean, you expect nothing less from the #1 team in the country, but this is starting to look like the last game that we did, GCU versus BYU.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the exact same score as it was the last time. It was 7-2. These are the struggles that you sort of run up against, especially this late in the tournament. You've played a few games already. You played a game earlier today. It's hot outside in an odd way. It's crisp, but the sun is just sort of slowly beating down. You've played a lot of lacrosse, and it starts to add up. And when Florida is as talented as they are, even though they have a shorter roster than Utah, they're just making their moments count. If Utah can somehow survive this onslaught and add a couple on before the half and stand up a few defensive possessions, they're far from out of it. But right now, it's all Florida, and that foul on the draw does not do anything to help.
Miscommunication on the draw, and Florida ends up with it after the foul. Whistle blows as a penalty will be issued. Yellow card to Utah's Elle Vickers. So she'll head to the penalty box for 2 minutes and essentially a power play for Florida. I believe the yellow card was issued after the penalty on the draw when Vickers, the draw taker, kind of threw her hands up in confusion. Referee didn't like it. Sent her to the box for 2 minutes. Florida on the offensive here. Just calculated passing. Every pass has direction and is meaningful. That's what separates the good teams from the greats. Wielden scores again. She's got 2. Her and Schmerler lead the way for the Gators in terms of scoring, and 8-1. Only 3 out from a running clock.
I'll tell you what, it's goal o'clock right now here for Florida. Everything's so easy for them on the offensive end. I like what you said, but I think that the best way to put it is passing with intent. Every pass has intention, whether it's to move the ball forward, to get an advantageous position, to hit open hands. It's not just moving the rock around the horn just for the sake of moving it around, trying to find something that opens up eventually. Every pass has intent, and it's sharp, it's incisive, it's decisive, and ultimately it's aggressive because they are scoring at such a fast rate.
Here's the draw at the center circle. Ball pops into the air. Batted around for a bit. And Utah will come up with it. Quick stoppage on the play, but Florida awarded the ball. Backtracking a bit now and just trying to get the ball up the field in transition. Here's Kolsch. Very solid communication from the Gators. Just allowing Kolsch to know that she had some defenders behind her, and Kolsch was able to secure it, and Florida retains possession now deep in the attacking third.
But Lindsey Rogers had such a good read on that, managed to get stick to stick and jar the ball free, but the ball popped so graciously right in front of the feet of the attacking player, and she was able to scoop it back up and keep moving. Those are the frustrating moments when you're already down. There's a huge scoring run happening. You do something right on defense, and the ball just teleports right back to the stick of the player you're trying to get it away from. It's just one of those first halves right now for the Utes.
That's just the lacrosse gods blessing Florida. Nouse on the offensive. Errant pass is handled by the Utah Utes. Mazalewski pops the ball up. Now over to Shumway. Shumway with a deep pass, intercepted by Florida. Here's Pavlakis getting the ball up the field to Noe. It's Wheeldon now, back behind the cage. Nouse trying to do it herself, met with a double team, has to pass it around. Here's Costolo. Now back to the far side. Bring it back up top. Morrissey trying to dodge a defender. Morrissey gets fouled inside the 8-meter, which means she'll head to the hash marks for a penalty shot. Morrissey eyeing her target. The goal, errant shot out of bounds, Florida ball.
It was great sticks, though, inside from the Utah defenders to sort of push that ball just so ever slightly off target, lets it jar free, bounces outside the end line. Possession stays with Florida, but that was really good on everybody defending that penalty, and it ended with the goalkeeper, but it started with the sticks in the middle.
Sarah Miller picking up a screen from a teammate. Still has it, floats back outside, hits a cutter. Running outside is Baselga, where she'll reset it to her ex. Now behind the cage. Trying to dodge a defender. Evades her momentarily. And now here's Miller up top. Miller dodging, shooting, and scoring. Lowe had her stick on it, but just couldn't get it in the pocket. And it escapes through her legs to that right corner of the goal.
These things happen so fast, so fast. I believe 2 goals away now from that running clock for Utah, which is what they want to at least avoid before halftime. You don't want to start the half with the clock running. That's going to be the challenge they're up against, trying to find that second goal, trying to stave off the 10th and 11th here from Florida.
That makes it 9 unanswered for Florida. Utah just couldn't continue with their momentum after scoring that first goal. And Florida has taken full advantage of things here and gone on an offensive rampage.
Could somehow be putting it lightly.
Utah handles the draw. Here's Mazalewski. Going to pass it to the wing here. Santelli heads in line nearly behind the cage here. Passes it back up top. Again, it's what we talked about earlier, just passing with intent. Utah just seems to kind of have their bodies outside the 8-meter and pass it around there. They rarely have cutters or set plays. Clayton with a nifty one. What a shot. It escapes past Selby in the net, and Utah finally able to find the back of the net. That's 2 for the Utes.
That's a big one, too. Like I said, slowly stave off that running clock. You're still in this game. There's still so much time. You need to survive until halftime and, you know, be able to take a deep breath and grab your bearings and say, okay, we have some work to do, but we have enough time to do it. That second goal is a huge step in the right direction for the Utes, especially if you can add a third here in the dying moments of this first half.
Draw in the center circle. Ball still on the ground. Florida able to pick it up. And the Gators are rolling. Double teamed. Floats back. Passes out to Rinaldi. Florida passing it in a full circle around the cage. Back to where they started. Now with Rinaldi. Looking to their coach for the plan here. Weir back outside. I think just get in the stick of your high volume scorer, Kendall Schmerler. She's got it right now, evading a double team, gets fouled inside the 8 meter. She'll head to the hash mark for a penalty shot.
Some groans from the crowd there after that one, maybe deservedly so. It's hard to tell in the contact there in the center of the park, but when they're so automatic from the penalty spot like that, it's hard to not be a little frustrated when they come their way.
I think they've scored on all but one penalty shot, and that's really what's killing Utah right now. It's just staying clean when you're defending inside the penalty box and not giving up as many opportunities. I think the goals will come regardless of how many penalty shots you're giving up, but the name of the game is just staying clean when you're defending, especially in transition.
Back in that 8-goal range, I mean, Florida has a chance to add on a quick 2 here and get the clock running before this half is over. It's exactly what Utah is trying to avoid here.
Ball pops up for the draw, and Florida able to handle it. It's Schmerler. Over to Caliendo. She's on the wing. She has bounced around the wing, played a little X. Really does it all. Speaking of X, here goes the Gators. Almost tried to take a shot coming around the crease there. Now it's Rinaldi. Spin move for Reese. Long shot is a bit wide, but Florida retains possession. Here's Schmerler. Triple teamed. Shot is too tall for the net. Florida will keep it on this third of the field. Here go the Gators. Trying to find a crease behind the net. Utah not allowing that at the moment. Very solid defense from Sasha Langwin. Pump fake. Ball's on the ground. Pops up. And is batted nearly out of bounds on the far side. Who's got it? It's the Gators.
Tough break there for the Utes, trying to get that ball back in their own possession.
So timeout called by Florida after that long possession where they couldn't see anything go into the net. And after conceding 2, their coach will look to talk to the team and hopefully get that clock running for him. We'll be right back on South Mountain Sports.
I think that might be
There's one there over there too, straight. That's good. By then.
Oh.
I don't know if you should come back that way. Get it.
Other than don't voice crack and bring water next time, anything I can kind of improve on here?
I just think like economy of words, you just need to do it more, have more things to say. It just comes with time.
Right.
It's like having more than, like, you know, there's 50 million ways to say pop up in the air. Stuff like that. It just comes with time now, using it to build a dictionary, basically. It's also hard for a sport team. Almost guaranteed you won't be doing it consistently. Like, you're not going to do lacrosse a million times in your pro career, and if you do, it's going to went wrong. So it's like, I think that just economy of words and focusing on finding new ways to say the same thing is like the most important. Because you'll sound repetitive to yourself. You won't be able to. I said this before. I said this yesterday. I said this last week. Just it doesn't find that. Right. Water's huge there too. How's the other side of the water? Just want to see it.
Do it when I'm writing. Just think it on the
We're back with some more action. Florida versus Utah in the Cactus Classic. In the waning minutes here of the second quarter. Headed to halftime. Florida's in command.
I'd say command is almost putting it lightly. Florida is in complete control right now. Everything going for them offensively. It's up to Utah to find a way to slow the roll.
Really just proving the voters right on naming Florida the #1 team in the country. There's a reason for it all, and Florida really just showing off why they were able to get that ranking. Some conservative passing out of the timeout here for Florida. Miller already has one today, takes a long shot. Picked up by Utah. Flying down the far side of the field for the Utes, trying to capitalize in transition. That's Shumway. Ball floats out of bounds. And Florida will collect it and clear it for themselves. A little bit of a press defense here by Santelli for the Utes. Loading it all the way to the attacking third.
Need to jar a turnover here, get something going on that press.
It's a good approach, just when you have the entire sideline to work with, one defender standing in your way isn't going to do much.
Nope.
Gators slowing it down. Pass it back behind the net, Caliendo. Searching, letting her be a facilitator for any cutters. Caliendo passes it inside, no, back out. Here's Naus, and referee toots the whistle and will reset for a penalty shot on the hash. Here goes Naus. Defenders closing in on her. Gets a shot off. And Naus sees nothing but green after that shot. Finding the net for the second time today. And the 11th overall time for Florida in this matchup.
One away from that running clock. I mean, Florida's done everything right, slowly but surely chipping at, this game becoming a very, very quick one. Not sure how much time is left in this half, but can't be too much, and it's all Florida all the way through right now.
So as we roll into halftime, which Florida scores again, might be a little sooner than we thought. What do you think goes on in the Utah huddle?
You just got to find a way to draw a couple positives from this one and take everything else personally. You've given up 11 goals in the first half. Like, how can you find a way to turn that into a little bit of fuel and motivation and find a way to go get 9 back or whatever number that you need? Committing a foul off the draw is once again just not what you want to do.
Yeah, now the team could really collect that one. The scrum looked a bit more like field hockey than lacrosse, and
that's okay though. Field hockey could win in this point. You gotta be a little more aggressive when you're down by this much.
I think the thing for Utah is stop trying to be conservative with the ball and channel some aggression. Try to get back into this game by playing hard, just running straight for the goal. Stop kind of floating around the 8-meter and passing it outside. Those aimless passes aren't going to get you far.
No, they're not. I will say, though, above all else, great jersey matchup. Great jersey matchup right now.
Oh, absolutely. You got to love one of those.
Penalty shot here is huge.
Utah able to connect. It's Annabelle Clayton for the Utes. Just teetering around that 10-goal mark. Not yet at that running clock mark. That's 3 for Utah. Still down 8.
I mean, these are the moments so you can find enough time to go get a fourth. There's some positives to talk about in the huddle at half and, a chance to turn this one around. But everything that just happened in the last minute and a half that led to that third goal, my apologies, was aggressive, was intentional, and was a little bit fired up. That's what they need more of right now.
Back at midfield for the draw. Some hand fighting going on just outside of the center circle. Couldn't collect it off the fly ball. Ball rolling around. And Florida able to come away with it. Backtracking here. A long ball is handled by Castolo. Castolo trying to do it herself. Finds X behind the net. Passes it back outside. 5 to go. Couldn't collect it. Can't get a shot up. And that'll do it for the first half. Florida dominating on the offensive end. 11-3. And we'll see you in the third. Harrison Fuller, Kevin Kardasz for South Mountain Sports. You're watching the Cactus Classic.
Ever heard of a dead cat bounce?
Wait.
In finance, it's when a stock is plummeting,
It collapses?
the price goes up just briefly right before it collapses.
So this comes forward,
That's what's going on.
and then this goes back?
Those are last words.
You do that first?
It'd be funny if he wins a couple games in the Big 12 tournament.
I'd be surprised.
It'd be so fun. It'd be like a bubble March Madness team on accident. It'd be so
I bet
awesome.
there'll be like a 8 seed.
Like a first four? Or like in the Big
Oh,
12?
no. Oh, I'm saying the Big 12. Not in the 10.
Yeah.
They can still make it.
Yeah, they could. Is there the last gas first four opportunity there? It'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, tomorrow. What else?
They could have beaten USAL. He's still gone because they don't want to take on a contract.
He's done.
Oh, before they close.
I'm surprised you guys let him make some
She gets a discount.
kind of solid mid-major.
Put our gloves and all four. I do it all. I stand by table.
That feels worth it.
Relegated to
Work keeps you going.
Just keeps me out of the house. Keeps me rich.
I don't think it's a one-sided thing.
So what happened?
Just the worst. Hit Jaden Clayton's last year.
The one in the garage?
Couldn't do anything.
JQ's not a guy that you're going to win a natty. And look at JQ this year.
Can't get more than 10 years of
He's so talented. I just think it's
lasted 17 years.
kind of he was ruined
17 years
mentally.
Well, he got hurt.
Now
He
it's 10
did,
years.
and then Mark Hope just refuses to play him in Kentucky.
Robin, I'm going to warn you. Touch your phone. If it's in the sun, it's going to get.
He's still a 5-star. Like that should be someone you can build a.
But he's not like a translatable, like, win a natty around kind of guy. You know, like, that's it.
Just with Adam Miller, who's a Gonzaga now.
All right, Paisley Day. I don't know if I see you, James.
I don't know. In comparison to, like, a lot of the Big 12 right now, I don't think any of the last, like, 4 AAC teams are, like, we're talented enough to do anything in comparison, like, what you guys are doing.
Big 12's so tough.
Well, yeah, that's the bigger problem. You play like Goliath. Like, understatedly awesome conference. Better than most.
Did you hear the West Virginia head coach say it's the 3rd best basketball league in the world? He said
NBA, EuroLeague, Big 12.
Yeah, that's what he said. Like he's counting the G League and the NBA.
You know what? It's not as crazy as it sounds. It's definitely not better than the G though. The average G League team would walk into the Big 12 and walk out undefeated. I truly believe that. That's because those guys are playing for like food on the table, you know?
I tuned into a G League Suns game one time. I was so bored in the lecture class. It was just the only thing on.
It's a time. It's a hoop.
Have you been?
Yeah.
Do they sell tickets or kind of just like walk in and
Like $5, bro. Like, you can just, yeah, pretty much just walk in.
They're also very inconvenient times. It's like 2 p.m.
2 p.m. on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Just come on all along.
Good.
Wrong.
I believe in him.
We need shade screen.
I know.
Right?
He's putting it up.
Right.
Oh yeah. Still not used to the Arizona sun in February. Oh, this is brutal.
Wait till next Sunday. It'll be 90 degrees.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Bill. Janet.
He's very good. If he's not putting up numbers,
He's putting a number.
it's just rebounding, right? He's not scoring.
No, he's scoring.
Is he?
He
Okay.
scored what? He had a 20 ball yesterday.
Oh, okay. At the beginning of the season, or I guess, how does it work? Do they like reset the records?
It's going to take another picture of us.
They do, yeah. I mean, Kaman's issue is that he's just super, like, I mean, I think that he was a top 10 talent in the draft, but he landed in a spot that's patient enough for him.
Yeah, but like we have
So
all
now
shading
it's
and
just all about
everything.
time. I think that Rasheer Fleming is the truth.
To Kobe Bryant and Rasheer Fleming, those are going to be great players.
Kobe Bryant needs to learn how to defend. You know, his problem is that he's just not. He's kind of stupid. But
We'd all have
they have
to
some good guys. CJ Humbley's good too. Like, they have some good guys on there. The issues of the team, they weren't supposed to be this good.
Oh,
Oh, hi again.
It's a donation to them and a donation for you guys.
Do a selfie.
Here's your chairs.
That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, it's coming down. Really?
Yeah, she told me to shout out her whole family having a watch party yesterday on the podcast.
You having a watch party?
Yeah, I was in Seoul. That's what she forgot. The
Same amount of time.
We're back with some third quarter action here in the Cactus Classic. Florida on the way to a rout of number 20, Utah, just defending their number 1 seed here in women's club lacrosse.
It's been a number 1 showing. Definitely top of the country. They have dominated both sides of the ball. They are just a couple goals away from getting into that running clock area of the game where it starts to sort of zoom by. It's 11-3. You need a few more, find a way out of this. But Utah has hung tight. They've found ways to stick around. Now it's all about, can Utah chip away? Will Florida score 2 quick ones, and this one will be done in a half hour? It's to be seen.
I think for Utah, it's less about sticking around. It's more about just not allowing the game to go into running clock, if that's what you meant by sticking around.
That's yes.
They just need as much time as they can to get close within this game, as we see a nice move there by Abby Noe to evade a stick check. Florida already making their way into the attacking third. Here's Kendall Schmerler. She's got 2 on the day. Going around the edge, finding a passing lane. Ball hits the deck, and Rinaldi ends up with it for the Gators.
Gators working the ball around the perimeter, just trying to find cutters, open hands, just gotta let it rip. Showing 2 through the center of the park, trying to find open sticks there too. Said 2 away from making this one a very quick contest.
Errant pass goes into the stick of a Utah player. No, excuse me, it's collected by the Gators. And now they shift back into the offensive and reset. Rinaldi's got it as she slowly backpedals, looking for a passing outlet. Got it over behind the cage, looking for a cutter. One-on-one opportunity, passing it inside. And it looks like the ball was stick-checked into the goal. I think whoever had the ball, it was a bit of a scrum in there, so I couldn't catch a number, but whatever Florida player had it was stick-checked by a Utah player, and that flung the ball into the back of the net.
Very, very, very good stuff. The stick check passes just at the end of it, but, I mean, great stuff from Florida. Great flowing, moving offense. This very aggressive Arizona Sun. Everything just looks natural for, the number 1 team in the country right now.
I will say the conditions are perfect for some lacrosse right now. It's about 70 degrees, dry sun, dry heat, but there's a little bit of a breeze just flowing through the field, and it's just ideal. I think both the Florida and Utah players love it. Florida picks the ball up off the draw, backtracks a bit, and have a near seamless transition as they cross midfield here. Here's Noe. Giving the ball up to Mitchell, and Noe will float back to the midfield. Ball now behind the cage, passes to the wing. Schmerler to Rinaldi. Mitchell back up top. Just patiently waiting for a passing lane to open up. Schmerler driving in, shot, denied by Lowe. Lowe searching for a passing outlet. She's stepped out of the crease and dumps it off to Vickers. Clayton now driving. Loose ball recovered by Utah. Here's Hove. Hove briefly collects it before dumping it off to Clayton. Shot denied. Whistle blows, and Utah will shoot a penalty shot. Clayton from one of the outside far hashes. Clayton eyeing the net. Has to face a double team, and Selby never stood a chance with that one. Straight to the back of the net. Utah's got 4.
They've done a good job. You know, the first quarter got so out of hand so fast, and Utah's done a really good job sort of clamping down and finding ways to get themselves into advantageous positions and fire high-value shots off. It's a shame that it hasn't translated into being closer in the game, but everything after the first quarter has been much cleaner from the Utes, and had they played the entire first quarter like that, they'd be much closer, and right now they're still not out of it. The clock has stopped. They're only out by 8. They have a chance to close this down a little bit more here in the third quarter and then see if they can make a quick run in the fourth, try to get themselves all the way back in.
Drawing center field. Ends up in a Ute stick. Mazalewski down the far sideline. Vickers lost it. No contact, but they'll call a penalty on the stick check. Vickers was not inside the 8-meter, so we'll just start up about 10 meters from the goal. Here's the drive for Utah. Florida doing a great job of cutting out the shooting angle that made it a tough shot for Hove. Shot goes straight into the pocket of Jordan Salby. A nice save from the Florida goalie. Salby still waiting, trying to find a cutter. Just walking, scanning the field. And finally dumps it off to Kate Wieldens. Wieldens being double teamed, passes it back to her goalkeeper. Now Noe backtracks, being double teamed. 2 Utes on her, passes it back. Noe now trying to fight off 2 Utes, and whistle blows, and Utah will take over possession. Inside the 8-meter, Utes backtrack. Clayton dumps it off. Now back behind the cage. Patiently waiting. Here's Vickers, shot on goal, denied by Salby. Foul inside. Gives Florida possession, and Faney will dump it off. Florida now trying to clear in transition here. Trying to get across midfield. Utah making it tough on them.
I mean, the pace has slowly but surely cooled off, and you have to imagine all the minutes from this weekend have added up, and there's been a lot of lacrosse play that's gotten hotter and hotter as the afternoon has gone on. Right now, the sun just beating right down on everybody on the field, including us.
I'm feeling it.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Face getting about as red as the Utah secondary color on the jerseys. It's getting bad. Hope all of these players put on sunscreen because I made that mistake. Got here at around noon, thought I was okay, but it's been brutal. So has this so has the start of the third quarter been for Florida. Not much going on, so they'll collect their thoughts in a timeout, and we'll be right back.
I'm pretty sure his email said it would be shared. What? You're kidding. Yeah, at this point, it's too far gone. Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
Kansas planner.
Kansas lost this inside.
Oh, no way.
46 to 8.
Yeah, did you play that?
Oh, yeah, 32 minutes. That sucks. What do you think about the Santiago tree? There's a chance, dude. It's even 16.
Yeah, because it's a little more. Well,
We're back with more third quarter action here. Utah still putting up a fight against number 1 Florida. They scored the opening goal of the third quarter, and after taking a timeout, Florida looks to respond. Here goes Schmerler. Heading up the field, Irwin now behind the cage. Quick passing from the Gators.
Feels identical to the last timeout that was taken, where Florida got the ball out of it, slowly worked it around the cage. Now they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike. They also know that there's no shot clock. They don't have to wait for anything. They can just sit on the ball.
Yeah, this seems to be their go-to play out of timeouts. Just quick passing, make sure the ball isn't isn't lingering in anyone's stick. Just make sure everyone gets a piece of it and just wait till the opportunity comes. And there it was. It was a decent look, but a tough shot. Live low in the net for Utah. Did a good job of blocking that one, but Florida does retain possession as a quick stoppage on the field as we reset play. Now Florida will get a go at it. Coming around the cage, passing it back out. Here's Rinaldi. Rinaldi scores. That one just couldn't be handled by Liv Low, and it bounced right off her stick, down, and crossed the goal line.
Florida knocking on the door of the run rule now. At this point, you got to find a way to get that last goal if you're them. Utah trying to just stave off what has felt like the inevitable for the last half hour.
Draw at center field. Goes in favor of Utah, and now they take it in transition down the far sideline. Florida double teaming. Ball carrier Annabelle Clayton. Quick stoppage, now resets. Here go the Utes. Aggressively driving. Has to fight off a double team. That's Kenny. Trying to bend around the defender. Passes it back outside. Floating right outside that 8-meter line. Kenny over to Clayton. Into Kenny, ball floats out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Utes.
Not many cards out of the pocket at all from the officiating crew in this game. Sort of let this one get played out. Probably the right call. Lots of talent here on the field.
So it will stay with Utah. As now play resumes. Here's Anderson around the edge. Fighting off a double team. Good help defense by Florida. Sticking to man coverage now. Just not allowing anyone really too far inside the 8-meter. Pass inside. Somehow gets collected. Shot a bit wide. And it will be Florida ball.
Would have been a really, really good goal if that underhand would have gone through. Just a few inches off of at least hitting pipe.
Now trying to flip the field for Florida is Reese Rinaldi. Just gliding past defenders using her speed to successfully transition Florida into the offensive. A lot of action behind the net as Gators looking for a passing lane to open. Here's a drive. Beautiful touch on that one. Keeley now has just slipped it right past low for another Florida goal. 14-4, and that means running clock. So about 20 minutes of straight running clock left in this affair. It'll be a quick one from now on.
That means that we will have a clock for the fourth quarter. Get excited. We'll know exactly how much time is left.
At center field here for the draw. Florida able to collect it. And there goes Keeley Nouse, fresh off earning a hat trick, and she's still hustling down the field. Caliendo behind the cages. Played in a couple spots, mostly plays in the wing, on the outside, but has also played X for this Gators team. She's done a great job just earning second possessions and being a great facilitator. Miller trying to go head on. Miller can't get that one to go. Live low.
Would have been a goal. Would have been one of the goals all day. That was a gutsy attempt, and it did go right towards the chest of the netminder, but just not enough on it to get it past.
That's it for the third. We'll have 15 running minutes for you in the fourth. South Mountain Sports bringing you the Cactus Classic. Harrison Fuller, Kevin Kardasz.
Do you want me to drive?
Do you know that team is still
Holy.
So, I would find him. Like, could majority way on the 1-1.
He's not very good. His BPM is like negative 3.5.
Start heading west.
It's just those 30 games that just give me hope.
Oh, yeah.
You can get off at Tatum if you want. Take
Yeah.
I'm excited to do what Tom says.
Something passive aggressive about rebounding. Something nasty to rebounding.
I know the type.
I hope Dom decides that. Just to ask that question to get Bobby to say something.
He probably is.
There's so many of those.
That game was such like a once in a forever.
Oh, yeah. One of the fans, I was able to storm the court, but I was joking with my friends that I'll do it, but as an unbiased journalist.
Right, right, of course. I'm only here because I want to serve this.
Yeah. Time to fourth.
We're back with some Cactus Classic action here in Tempe. The fourth quarter's upon us, and Florida dominating the scoreboard, dominating on offense, just dominating every facet of the game, 14-4. Here's the draw to get us going in the final quarter. And the last game of the Cactus Classic. Rinaldi sprinting up the field and passes it behind the cage to Biggs.
You got 15 minutes to figure it out for Utah. Try to pull out a miracle here. 10 goals, 15 minutes. Unlikely, but not impossible.
Yeah, things in the second half really cooled off for Florida. I believe they had 8 at the break, and
I think it was 9-1 at the break. Actually.
Yeah, 9-1, and only able to net 2 in the third. Do you think they put some of the reserves in, or just keep that foot on the gas pedal and try to score as many as you can?
I think it's hard. I think everybody's tired. It's been a long weekend, lots of lacrosse. This is when it starts to catch up, and if you're Utah, you can sort of inspire yourself to a victory if you push hard enough here. But you're already down a minute. You got 14 to go. And Florida's doing nothing but cycling the ball around because that's all they have to do.
No shot clock, so they could hold it for all 15 if they want to. They do turn it over there to Utah. Solid defensive play by Grace Mazalewski, who came up with it. Here goes Kenny, all alone. Kenny got a clear shot at it if she wants it. Gives it up to a teammate inside. Ball on the ground, being batted around like it's hockey. Rogers picks it up for the Utes, directing traffic. Trying to find a passing lane, gives it up. Back up to Vickers. Vickers, great dodge. Oh, what a shot! L. Vickers with the highlight of the day, in my opinion, for Utah, for Florida, both teams. That was the nastiest goal I've seen all day. A turnaround shot and just fired it.
Beautiful spin move to get the hands free, turning around, going from left to right, able to fire on her strong side and use that opportunity to sort of catapult the ball as fast as she could into the top corner. Nobody stood a chance because nobody knew it was coming. That is as good as it gets. They find their 5th goal, now only down by 9, slowly running out of time. But Utah can try to make a run at this. You got to get something off the draw here. Can't get a foul. A lot of time left.
Draw in the center circle goes in favor of Utah. Now running down the far side. Utes slowing things down here. Here's Clayton now to Kenny. Kenny, shot, and she's fouled. That'll give her an opportunity to set herself up at a hash mark and take a penalty shot.
Chance to net number 6 here. This could turn into something if they can get it going quick enough, but you've already seen almost 4 minutes sort of drain off the clock.
Kenny bangs it off the left post, and Florida able to recover the loose ball. Knocked out of bounds. Utah ball. That's something for the Utes to get excited about. Got some Ute faithful on the sideline with us here. They traveled a little better than the Gators fans. Slowing things down, just passing right outside the perimeter of the 8-meter here. Vickers gives it to Kenny. Now over to Clayton. Clayton floats back outside. Gives it to Kenny. Kenny met with a double team. Great help defense by Florida. Passes it inside. Vickers too long in the shot. Florida trying to flip the field. Errant pass ends up in a Florida stick. Triple team. I don't know how she ended up with it. still running free. Utah has a very solid opportunity to net number 6 here. Rounding the crease, passing it inside. High pass, and Utah does come up with it. Kenny floating back outside the 8-meter, tries to make a move. Stops on a dime, restarts, gives it back up. Vicker's going to pass, cutting around, and the ball just doesn't want to go in. I mean, it was a great opportunity.
Stuffed at the doorstep. They get it free. There's no goalie in the net. Put something on the cage.
Salvi gets back into position. Seems that Utah just really wants to get in the sticks of the same 3 people, their best offensive talents. Has one of them right there. Annabelle Clayton took a shot on goal, and Salvi, I believe, was able to save that one.
I think that was a yellow card. Somebody's coming off the field. No good goal given. I think the goal, I don't know what happened there. It's kind of hard to tell.
Well, whatever happened, Utah will get a penalty shot out of it. Here's Clayton. Whistle blows. Defenders closing in on her, and she bounces that one in for number 6 for the Utes.
It's a game.
At the end of the day, the game got out of hand pretty early, but Utah's still a very, very solid team, and they're showing why in this second half. I think they've, frankly, outplayed Florida in the second half. Just the advantage was so mighty for the Gators in the first that they don't really need to worry about a comeback.
You erased the first quarter, and this is a tie game. So, I mean, that sort of tells you all you need to know. Minutes through, though, this is the issue. You know, you spent so much time trying to get that goal, so many missed shots, and the rebounds and offensive second chances are so good for Utah, but it feels a little too late.
Here's the draw. Utah sprinting at it, but Florida able to scoop it up. Very aggressive defense here by Utah. They're really looking to try to get back into this one, and it shows with their aggressive press. Cross-field pass here for Florida and attempts to transition into the attack. Gators on the attack, but I think they're just looking to waste as much time as you can with about 5.5 minutes left in the game.
At this point, you're basically nailing it out, whatever the lacrosse equivalent of that would be. And that's just sort of passing the ball around the horn and trying to drain as much clock as possible. If you're Utah, you're trying to do just that. Jar a turnover, create a little bit of contact, preferably not draw a whistle.
like we've said, no shot clock here in Club Lacrosse. So Florida could just take us all the way to 15.
They could. We got about 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in the tank.
Penalty shot here, though, for the Gators. It will be Morrissey. Bounces straight over the cage. And another foul called. Utah will take possession. They'll pass it to Lowe inside the cage. And she does a good job facilitating, gets it out. That's Mazalewski. A near seamless transition across the midfield mark for Utah, as now they've transitioned into the attacking third. Rearer passes it inside. Shot too tall. Clayton passing it around. Inside. Great job by Salby to knock that one away. And Florida does come away with it. They'll pass it back to the goalie and let her hold it before passing.
About 3 minutes left in the tank. Florida needs to hold on and just sort of coast into the end of this one. Utah's going to try to make it a little more interesting, but this one's all but done for the time being.
Faney holding on to it and now dishing it off to a teammate and jogging back to the midfield. Florida slowing things down. Just passing it around the perimeter here. Utah also a bit sluggish on defense here. Just every pass Florida makes, the run to cover gets a bit slower as this game comes to a close. Juke move here. Florida driving. Lost it. Who's got it? Ball on the ground. Recovered by Miller. Pass it back behind to X. Driving inside now. Back outside the 8-meter mark. Florida picks it up. 2 to go in this game. The final score won't be as terrible of it won't look as bad as the game truly was. I think Utah started to come back a little bit and made the box score look a little prettier, but I think Florida was in control for most of this game.
I would agree there. I think that Utah's played a pretty good second half, though. It wasn't perfect. Wasn't perfect in the first quarter, but they really got it together, and they were able to put together some competitive stops. They strung together a couple goals in a row, and ultimately the defense has really stepped up over the last 30 minutes and change. They really stepped up to the moment. This is sort of what happens when you play the best team in the country, but they've made the most of their opportunities. They scored a couple more goals. And, they had a tied-up second half, and that's really all you can ask for when playing against such a talented team. All the voters said, hey, this is the best team in the country. They said, we'll give it a shot. They did. It was really competitive, and the second half has been inspiring for the Utes, but it was just a really good game from the Gators as well.
I think if you're Utah, playing as good of a second half as you did, that's really what you're going to look back on the flight home to Salt Lake. We competed with the number one team in the country. We were able to have a great second half against them. It's just they got to start cleaning up the first half, and I think they'll really land on their feet here as their season continues.
I'd say for 40 of the 60 minutes, they looked up the level. Now, how do you solve the other 20 minutes? That's the question, and that's what you'll go back on the plane and be like, yeah, we could have done a little bit better at the start, and a little bit of the second quarter as well, but for 40 of the 60 minutes, we were toe-to-toe with the best team in the country.
And you got to remember, Utah, still number 20 in the country, very solid program on their own. And So our clock says 15. Bell hasn't sounded yet. But this game coming to a close quite soon.
Gotta imagine this is the last action. Could be wrong, though. Never know.
Utah trying to find number 7. Driving inside. Kenny puts one up. A slow shot is easily corralled by Selby. Solid press by Utah's Maggie Rarer. Just sticking with every move that Pavlakis makes. And a timeout called, so...
You know, a timeout. Timeout, up 8, clock dying. All right.
It's an interesting call. You know, I respect it. The game doesn't end until the final whistle sounds, but to a certain extent, this tournament is over in probably a minute.
I agree. You carrying the All-Star game, or is this the last game? Do we know?
This is the last game on my schedule.
Last game on mine. Last game on yours?
Well, during this time, I would like to thank everyone that made this broadcast possible. Anna Nicholls, Chris Ross, and everyone involved in South Mountain Sports. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Harrison Fuller, Kevin Kardasz. It's been a pleasure broadcasting these last 2 games for everyone watching at home, wherever that might be. Salt Lake City, Gainesville, Florida, or anywhere else in the country. We thank you for watching.
All right, I got a line. Over under 59 and a half seconds from that first whistle left in the game. You want the over or the under?
Under.
You want the under? Okay, I'll take the over for competitive spirit. This could be a sweat.
I think Utah really just wants to drop one last play, find the net, one more, and have something positive to write home about.
Guess we'll see about that. Waiting for the whistle.
And then for Florida, if they get the ball here, just their goal, just bleed out the clock. Rinaldi will take it after the whistle. Sprinting, being chased by 3 Utes. Changes direction on a dime, lost the ball. And whistle blows.
Aggressive ride there from the 3 that were on the press. That's exactly what you want to see if you're Utah, just trying to get the ball free, sort of engaging the press. Lacrosse, they call it the ride.
Florida takes it into the attacking third, but they're likely not looking to get on the offensive here. Try not to be too aggressive and just pass it around the perimeter of the 8-meter and bleed out that clock.
That's a good line. Vegas knows all, man. 47 seconds.
I think whoever's at the scores table is just fingering the air horn right now, and I guess that over hit on 1 minute.
2 for 2. What a day.
Glad we didn't wager anything on that one. Florida maybe looking to put up one final shot. They'll easily have the look. Utah a bit sluggish to the ball. And now they call 1 minute left in the game. Had I known that, I would have smashed the over. So our calculations were a bit off. Our timers hit 15 minutes, 3 minutes ago?
Yeah. I mean, we were. I wonder if the clock stops running after you get it back within 10. I kind of assumed it was a normal running clock in which it keeps running even if you get up below that 10-goal threshold. If I was a betting man, which I am, 2 for 2 today, by the way, I would guess that's probably where we're off.
That's why I'm not. I'm 18. It's illegal to do so in Arizona. But back in California, trust me,
You big Fliff guy?
No, Prize Picks is my app of choice is Florida Nets. What will look to be the final one here. That's 15.
Yeah, we were way off, I'll tell you that.
Thought I had the under a minute bet on the lock. I mean, but our timers were just off. 15-6 here is, I'd assume, about 30 seconds left in the game. Here's one last draw in the Cactus Classic, or at least the last one on Field C. I'd assume if there were a championship or all-star game, that'd take place on Field A.
I would guess.
The nicer turf field. And there's the final buzzer. Florida with a dominant win, 15-6. That flight back to Gainesville is going to be a happy one. They defend their undefeated record and their number 1 position in the club lacrosse rankings. For the Cactus Classic, thank you everyone for watching. My name is Harrison Fuller, alongside Kevin Kardasz, and it's been a pleasure broadcasting for South Mountain Sports. We'll see you soon, everybody. Thank you for watching.